Okay, I think I see that it's recording and we're live. So, hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to the As Told by Ginger Fan Appreciation live stream. So, right before I let everybody in, I'm just going to share this up on my social media. So, I'm going to post it up on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and anywhere else that I post. So, anyway, so how are you guys doing? It's been a long day for me personally, but you know what? I'm hanging in there. I'm doing okay. But yeah, it's I can't believe it. We're about a few hours away from the reunion stream. I'm so excited. I'm a little nervous, but you know what? I'm really excited. It's kind of funny. If you were to tell me that I would have done this a few years ago, then you know what I mean. I thought that. Well, I mean, maybe I thought I would have done it, but to be quite honest, I think that I would have said you're crazy. But no, this is actually really exciting for me because as you guys know, if you've been following my work for the longest time, I have been the advocate for various discussions on As Told by Ginger, starting back in 2015. And I've been continuing to do so on and off over the past few years with stuff on Where in Between and doing the top 15 As Told by Ginger's episodes and the top 10 worst. So yeah, let's. We've got people coming in, so let's see who they are. Awesome. Let's include all of them in. So, hello, greetings, everyone. How are you doing? Hello there.
Hello.
It's very nice to meet you. So please, why don't you introduce yourself?
For those who don't know who I am, my name is Zara Loebner. I am a YouTuber and actress who occasionally likes to review live action shows, but I also enjoy some animated shows, and As Told by Ginger is one of those. So I'm
Awesome.
here to share some thoughts about that today.
Awesome. And who else do we have? Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Courtney Simmons. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm Courtney Simmons. I'm here in Maryland, actually. I grew up watching As Told by Ginger, starting when I was like 5, 6 years old. Loved the show since I was growing up. And it really is just such a groundbreaking show, I think, for Nickelodeon, not only in terms for storytelling, but also it was one of those shows that you can connect to any age. Personally, when I was 5 watching it, I still can connect to it and resonate with it even in my 20s now. So
Nice.
it's a great show, and I'm so thankful. Thank you for doing this too. Really.
Oh no! Thank you for coming on by. This is awesome. We are waiting for our. Oh, there we go. I think we got him connected. So please introduce yourself. I guess we just. There we go.
Hi, how are you all? My name is Abdul Muaz. I am from Libya in North Africa.
Oh, wow. Well, welcome.
International fan.
That's awesome. So listen, all of you guys, I thank you so much for coming over to this fan stream. So let's see how we're doing with the chat. About 18 people are showing up. So hello, everyone. If you guys have any questions or comments about As Told by Ginger, then please, let us know. So while we're getting into that, please, why don't you introduce on how you first learned about it?
I guess I'll start.
Go for it.
So, I first watched the show around, I'll say 2015, 16. I was a sophomore in high school, and I heard about As Told by Ginger through a lot of great videos, including yours, actually.
Oh, very nice.
And I thought to myself, this is actually a pretty solid show when I first saw it. It had interesting characters, it had some really neat music, it had some really neat ideas, it had some pretty unique things that I couldn't find in any other show pretty much, and that's what made me become a fan.
Awesome. What about you, Courtney?
I started watching it, of course, when I was little, like 5, 6 years old. I found it through just randomly. I grew up watching Nickelodeon, so it was one of the first shows. I believe I watched the first episode actually, and just absolutely loved it. I resonated with Ginger and the characters a lot, and really their struggles. She grew up with a single mother, so did I, and that's why my favorite is Hello Stranger. That's one of my favorite episodes. It's such a great episode, and that's why. And it's just over time I just became more and more a fan of it because of the storytelling. I just love a good story, and also one that, like they did, has the continuity with it.
Yeah.
And which the other shows really didn't have, in a sense, not like that, in the way that I wanted to keep following it. I wanted to keep following their characters, and it became harder for me, I will say, once it got toward the end, like season 3, because I ended up not getting cable for a couple years, which made me fall off it. And then it just fell off the schedule while I was like, okay, what happened? But no, and then I've rediscovered it out 3-4 years ago, and then I've also follow your on Old School Lane, and I also follow the page, and I've watched your videos on it, and it made me realize some episodes, like, okay, get the point, not as best as I thought they were, but then also more that just really made me love the show more. And like I say, now as an adult, I resonate with some episodes more, and I see kind of sort of my life was similar in parallel to hers growing up as well, so which was really similar and really crazy. But it's one of those shows that you can't help but find endearing.
Right. Absolutely. I think she just froze for just a quick second, but you froze for a quick second, but I think I get the gist. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sorry.
Think that no, it's okay. I think it's pretty interesting about how we kind of fall out of something, especially if it's not airing too much on TV anymore. And thanks to the internet, we're able to rediscover it again. It's amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Thank goodness for the internet in that case.
Yeah. Abdulmez, how about you? I'm actually curious about how did you learn about the show, especially coming all the way from Libya.
So basically, Nickelodeon start in our region in 2009.
Oh wow!
It's late, but so it's perfect because at this time I was 9 years old. So I started watching the show when I was 10 or 11 at that time. As I love all the Nickelodeon cartoon, but As Told by Ginger was my favorite because maybe I don't know, but I feel like Ginger was a same age as mine. Even she is a girl and I'm a boy, and there's different things, but I feel related to many things, especially the little silly girl. I love this episode. I don't know why. So basically, I started watching it, but unfortunately, because like we have different culture, not all the episode are aired in our region. Like Christmas episode, I didn't watch it.
Sure.
Many episodes, maybe 20 episodes didn't air when I was 10 years old or 11. So I watched them 2 years ago, but the most of episodes I watched when I was 10 or 11.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's true that some episodes wouldn't air depending on what country that you're from. Did it have the same voice actors, or was it that they like change it to your region, or was it still in English but fitting to your dialect?
No, it's in Arabic. They changed the voice actor.
Oh wow!
Even
Did they change the names too?
No, the same names.
Same names. Okay.
The same, but the songs in the show are in Arabic. No offense, but the songs in Arabic are phenomenal, and everybody knows them. So it's popular show.
That's amazing. You know what? I have never heard of the theme song of As Told by Ginger in any other country. I mean, I've been hearing some people saying, oh, the theme song of this show is amazing in this country. And I'm like, I would love to hear it. I would love to hear the theme song in Arabic. I mean, if any of you guys can show it to me, I am so curious about what the Courtney theme song or the Camp Caprice theme song or any of those things would sound like in Arabic. I would love to hear it.
Especially the song of Little Seal Girl. But in
Oh, that would be so good. Little Seal Girl in Arabic. I would love to hear it.
The show is popular in the Arabic region because maybe because Nickelodeon Arabia just have a limited number of shows. So, but unfortunately, the Nickelodeon channel closed after 2 years. So it's I'm happy that it's open when I was a kid, not now as an adult.
Sure. I understand that, but no, that's actually really interesting because I mean, I hear stories about, Ginger in other countries, like the German version or the Danish version or the Dutch version or anything like that. And I'm like, oh, I mean, I knew that they had like, different languages and different dialects and all this kind of stuff, but I myself had never heard of it. But now I'm actually even more curious to check it out. So yeah, I'm actually curious about from all of you guys. I mean, Courtney, and we already know that your favorite episode is Hello Stranger, but for everyone else, what are your favorites?
I guess Hello Stranger has to be a favorite of mine too. As you mentioned that my mom also is a divorced mom. So she had me when she was unmarried and in college. And then later on she got married to my sister's father and then they divorced. So to see, not only that episode, but the character of Lois on the show, it really said words to me. I love the character of Lois.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've mentioned this many times that Lois is my favorite character in the series. I guess that's a question we'll get to in just a moment. But yeah, Abdul, your favorite episode?
For me, I have 3 favorite episodes because like Little Sailor Girl, I love this episode. The song is amazing.
Yeah.
And I suffered the same situation as Macy. Not when you are grow up, you have to live your child's things, but even the confidence in Macy in this situation, how she continued to do what she wants. Second episode that I love this episode where Ginger overworked and addicted to this drink. I don't remember.
Oh, the Mocha Loco Frothinator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm hard worker at school, so I I I suffer from that. But the coffee.
Yeah.
So I strongly relate to this episode.
Gotcha.
And another favorite episode for me, the episode, I don't remember the name, but the episode when they enter the high school.
Yeah, that's the very first episode they enter into high school. Are you talking about the graduation episode, or are you talking about that same episode where Ginger gets addicted to coffee?
No, the episode when they are the first day of high school, when they have to change their schedule.
Oh, that's Butterflies Are Free. Yeah, that's
yes,
the season 3.
It's one of my favorite because I watched this in the same time when I transitioned from school to school, so I strongly related to it.
Yeah, that's my favorite as well because I went through the same thing in which the movie came out in 2004. So that was when I was graduating from high school and I was going into college. And I felt the very same thing in which I had no idea if I was going to like college as much as high school. I mean, I hated high school. It was a miserable experience for me. So I was afraid that college was going to be the same thing, but it would turn out to be the complete opposite, in which it was phenomenal. I felt like I found myself in college, whereas in high school I felt like I was the awkward person. It was, yeah, just I can definitely relate to that episode a lot, in which I was afraid, but then when I finally conquered my fear of eventually going over to college, it turned out to be a great experience for me. So, yeah, I definitely do relate to that episode a lot. Yeah, so going into, let's see, I'm going to check through the chat really quick to see what everybody is saying. Let's see, we got one from Cool Paws 96 who says, it's actually because of you guys at Old School Lane that I became a fan of As Told by Ginger. So thank you so much for getting me into this amazing show. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. Beyond Whimsy says, hello stranger means a lot to me. I was kind of young when I saw it. I really related to Ginger. My parents were divorced. I didn't have any friends whose parents were. It's like someone, I think I think the person didn't finish their sentence, but understood. There we go. I never saw my dad much. My dad would always flake out on me mostly due to work, but still. Okay. Yeah, that's an excellent episode. Let's see. Maria G says, As Told by Ginger was a pretty big staple of my late childhood / early teen years. I think it aired in my country a year or so-ish after it started airing in the US. I remember being 9 or 10 years old when it started. Okay. Shane Christie says I Spy a Witch is one of the best Nickelodeon themed episodes on Nickelodeon or specials and one of the best Halloween episodes of any series. Rima Omar says I am Arabic too, and I agree with Abdul saying about the opening theme songs and the music, saying that they're the best. So looks like we got another Arabic As Told by Ginger fan. So that's awesome. Okay, Maria G says that Lois is definitely one of the best TV moms. Rosie Brown says Of Lice and Friends is good. Rima says, I like the episode where they have the sleepover party. Yes, Sleep On It's a good one. And Michael Morris says, my favorite episode is Carl and Maude. Yes, Carl and Maude, the episode where Carl falls in love with an old woman. I didn't know until when I was about 21 years old. That was the first time I saw Harold and Maude. There was a 1970s movie about a young boy, well, he's a young teenager who's obsessed with suicide. He drives around in a hearse. He pretends to drop dead in front of his mom because he's just so bored. He's a rich kid and he has this strict, disciplined military uncle. He just basically is so bored with life and he just doesn't really care too much about it. So he meets up with an old woman named Maude and they have this really strong chemistry together. And I guess it kind of collates with the episode Carl and Maude, except that, Carl's not obsessed with suicide and he's not a teenager, he's a kid, which makes it even more of a strange thing. But yeah, it's a really good one for sure. It's definitely one of the best Carl-centric episodes, as opposed to like when we talk about As Told by Ginger, everybody's talking about the Ginger-centric episodes for sure. Speaking, I guess we'll go into characters now. So you already know what my favorite character is. I'd like to know for everybody else, what are your favorite characters?
Well, I guess for me, it would be Lois because, again, she reminds me so much of my mom. She's so understanding, so caring, so loving, and my God, we need more divorced parents on TV in general this day and age. It really means a lot.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. I have to agree there. Lois is very much so one of the best TV mothers I think ever probably produced in not only Nickelodeon, but on any kind of TV series. Mm-hmm. She was, like you said, understanding, loving, but not afraid to give it right to you when she thought you were doing something wrong. And my mom was my mom is still very, very much like that.
Yeah.
So I resonated with that. And the closest between her and Ginger also parallels my mom and I. And the whole thing and then Ginger's also one of my favorites because of the fact of just her evolution. It's the fact she went from someone who really did care what people thought, didn't want to make waves, wanted to be seen as somebody, to someone who then thankfully became comfortable with who she is and, said, I'm going to speak my mind. I'm passionate about this and I don't care what anyone says. And that was with writing and poetry, which was really great to see. And again, something I resonate with. I very much love to write as well. Yeah. So it's just, I love those two characters and their bond. And also Carl, even though people don't like Carl, his antics it helped just bring more depth in a way to the show, because there was this kid that, yes, he was crazy, but he didn't care. He didn't care if other people thought. And that's what we kind of need. Yeah. With a lot of people. And also that represents a lot of kids. Kids don't care what you think half the time. They're just like, I'm going to do what I want. Like, sure. yeah, like I'm gonna have a petrified eyeball in my doghouse, even though it was really in my mind like creepy and really weird. It was like, what, why? But it was at the same time, it was really good to see. But you also saw there was more heart to him as
Yeah.
well, and throughout the series, because you saw how the divorce of his parents affected him, and then you also saw how he what did have closest people like Maud, like his dog that he missed, Monster, and then also to Noelle. That was, I really loved it when they had him in Noelle. That was
Oh yes, very much so. Yeah,
yes.
I think that what Carl speaks to a lot of people when they first saw it is like you have this kind of weird kid, and he's into weird things. But here's the thing: it's like he's not the outcast. Everybody wants to be friends with him. Like the richest kid in Sheltered Shrubs, Blake Rippling, wants to be friends with him, and because he's so fascinated with the fact that he's not like everybody else. So he wants to, be alongside with Carl and Hoodsey when they do their schemes and their pranks and all that kind of stuff. He wants the petrified eyeball. He wants to be friends with Carl. He wants to be alongside with his antics. And I just think that that's really fascinating. And yeah, you're right. Carl does have his fair share of issues. The fact that, he hasn't forgiven his father for leaving him when he was very young. And, him trying his very best to get Mrs. Gordon back when she decided to retire.
Oh, yeah.
And the conflict about getting rid of his petrified eyeball when Polly told him, hey, you're at that point in which you're getting too old for it. It's time for you to donate it to the time capsule and become a man or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, very much so agree there. And also that Miss Gordon episode, beautiful writing, huge fan of Kathleen Freeman growing up. Just, they did it right. I would say with that episode, they really did it right. And then, just something about the Foutleys attracting the Gripplings over and wanting them to be friends. Just something with that, because Courtney always wanted to be close to Ginger as well. Just something about the Foutleys that everyone liked.
It's just something about the Foutleys that really interested them, is that they're just the average family. They're just trying to get on by, but something about them just really fascinated the Gripplings. Courtney wanted to be closer to Ginger so that she can get to know about her ways, and Blake wanted to be close to Carl because he wanted to join alongside with his antics and get the petrified eyeball. So yeah, there's just something about the Foutleys that really intrigued them. Anyway, Abdulmez, what about you?
For me, if I would say Lois as character of old episode, but as character development, I would say Courtney. Courtney changes very much from the first episode to the last episode, and she is not a typical rich bodyguard girl. And
right.
That's why I should say it's my favorite characters, because we saw her how she helped Ginger, how she is good friend more than Ginger friends. So this is why maybe it's my favorite character.
Yeah, it's actually kind of an interesting thing. It's like, if you see like a character who's like rich, like BB Bluff from Doug, or Rhonda Lloyd from Hey Arnold, or any of those characters, it's like, they're very snooty, they're very uptight, they don't know about the world outside of their rich, pompous lives. It's like, yeah, and you probably wonder about like, why are they even in a public school when they can be in a pompous rich school or something? But and also, they always seem to act the same. It's like they're beneath this. But Courtney actually wants to embrace being in a middle class life. I mean, she constantly wants to invite Ginger to various things, whether it be inviting herself over for dinner, or inviting Ginger to the sleep over. And I think we lost Abdulmez. Hopefully he'll come back to us. And then there's also her interested in going over to the county fair. So yeah, it's just absolutely interesting about how she wants to include herself in it, as opposed to being like, Really? That's what poor people do. I don't care. So, yeah, very interesting character that Courtney is. And I cannot tell you how many times I've seen comments from people saying, oh, why didn't Ginger leave Dodie for Courtney? Courtney is way better. I've seen that comment so many times. If I had a nickel for every time I saw that comment, I can probably pay off all of the bills that I have at home and probably donate all the millions of dollars to everybody else who needs it. But yeah, so let me just look at the comments really quick to see what everybody else says. He's coming back. Awesome. Okay, so Cool Paws 96 says, I love Lois, Ginger, Macy, pretty much the whole cast, except for Miranda, Mipsy, and Dodie, and season 3, Darren lols. Oh, yes, Darren. I have a lot to say about him, but I'll get to that in just a moment. Let's see what we got. Rosie Brown says, growing up, Ginger was my favorite role model because I looked to her as a role model, but today Carl actually is. It's going to sound weird, but I can relate to him in so many ways, and he's such a lovable kid. Yeah, he definitely is. Pandasar says, I can relate to Macy or Courtney depending on my personality. Awesome. Let's see, Maria Santiago says, when I was younger, I always saw Joanne Bishop as strict and annoying, not as an adult. I see her as a horrible, judgmental person that looks down on people that don't fit her definition of normal. Yeah, it's very true. And based off of a real person, according to what Eric Casimiro told me. Shane Christie says, my favorite characters were initially Carl and Hoodsy because their plots were always well written and fun, almost like a great and weird elementary school show Nickelodeon never made. Yeah, almost kind of a way. Almost like if Pete and Pete were more geared towards like younger kids. Let's see. Summer Lang says, I like that Carl treated his mom well through the series. They may have butted heads, but they have a nice mother-son relationship, and she respected his hobbies as long as they were safe. Very true. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Joanne Bishop is the OG Karen. Oh no.
Gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, no.
Okay, this is making me think like, okay, yeah, a little bit, remembering it just a bit, especially when she was the teacher.
Oh,
yeah.
She tried to be Josie.
Oh my gosh. I can see definitely where Dodie got it from. Right then and there. You should see right then and there.
Yep. No doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that episode. Casey and I, when we did the Friday Night the We're in Between, I'm sorry. Casey Reed from the Friday Night Nicktoons podcast. That's what I meant to say. We did We're in Between. And when we saw that episode together about Face, where we saw Joanne turn Josie, we just busted up laughing. The moment that she walked in with her cornrows and her, side ponytail and her shirt and all that kind of stuff, it's like she's trying to be a teacher. And it's like, what is this? It's like trying to live off your midlife crisis. It's almost like pre-toddlers and tiaras.
Oh no, when I saw that episode, I was like pretty much like, yep, this is definition of a midlife crisis in parents. This is just right then and there. And I didn't know if Dodie was going to be like mortified or want to join in.
Yeah.
I figured though she'd be more
You know
mortified.
what? If she would have joined in, that would have been hilarious. It's like, you have the mother-daughter duo trying to be cool. And it's like, that is like the dorkiest thing ever.
It is. Oh my goodness. No. And I could not imagine how if people have that in real life, please send stories of that. Like, oh my gosh. Like,
yes. If this actually happened to you, please share it with us because that would be quite a scream.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's just awesome.
It is.
Let's see. But no, anyway, we were, Abdul Mez, right when you were dropping out of the call, we were talking about favorite characters. Did you state yours yet?
Yeah, I said I told you Courtney and Lois.
Oh, right, Courtney and Lois, right. But so we were just briefly talking about Courtney, but when you dropped out of the call, about how Courtney was different from all the other rich girls that were featured in, the shows back in her time, like around the late 90s and 2000s, where they were like so beneath this, and it was like, oh, I don't want to be hanging out with the poor people. But no, Courtney actually embraced it, and it was actually really interesting. So yeah, I think going over to our next segment. Hello everybody. We got 31 people joining us. So hi everyone. This is awesome. Let's see. Hi, No Parking Barry. Welcome to the live stream. We have one from Norbert. He was just asking a question about when is the exact same date? When is the exact time of the live stream? Well, that would be tomorrow at 3:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 12 o'clock noon Pacific Standard Time. That is when the live stream is going to be. I'm hoping, but yes, Aaron and I are working really hard to making sure that the technical stuff goes really smoothly, because we have a lot of people who are going to be coming into this. It's unbelievable. Oh, and what do you know? We have another guest who's going to be joining with us. So let's let her in. Greetings. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. Please, why don't you introduce yourself?
All right, here we go.
There
Hi.
you are.
Hi, I'm Kiera.
Hi, Kira.
23 years old from Georgia. Lover of As Told by Ginger.
Yes, and not only that, but you also have your own weekly podcast about As Told by Ginger. Why don't you talk about that?
Yeah, I do. It's called Rewind and Rewatch, and I've started with As Told by Ginger, but it's going to be like all of my favorite childhood shows growing up.
Mhm.
And so far, I've just been going episode by episode, watching As Told by Ginger and just doing commentary on it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we were just going over favorite characters and favorite episodes. So yeah, why don't you go over that?
I think my favorite episode is probably "And Then She Was Gone." I
Yeah.
think it's the title of it. Yeah. And when everyone was like so worried about Ginger writing like this dark poem. That's my favorite episode. That's the one that like inspired me to want to be a writer.
Yeah.
I loved it. And I loved that her mother was the one that was like by her side and was like, you just have a lot of emotions, and that's why you're able to write them down so perfectly on paper. And my favorite character is probably Carl. He's just hilarious. Yeah, I love Carl and all his shenanigans and all the little schemes that he cooks up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Carl is definitely a great character. We were just briefly talking about him because we were just mentioning about how of a weird character that Carl is. It's like, what would Carl be like in various situations, and how it's fascinating that everybody just wants to be his friend. And it's like, even like the rich kid, Blake wants to be his friend. It's like, Carl, can we be friends? I want to see your petrified eyeball and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it just finds it so, fascinating about just how, people, really gravitated to Carl. So I think that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
I guess the question that we actually asked earlier was, how did you first get introduced to this show? I'm sorry. So yeah, why don't you talk about that?
I don't remember, honestly. I remember I started in middle school when I watched the whole thing. But I remember seeing it on Nickelodeon when I was younger, and I remember looking up old shows from like Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network in my middle school days.
Yeah.
And I saw As Told by Ginger, and it just looked so familiar. I couldn't like pinpoint where I knew it from, and I finally just watched the whole thing and I fell in love with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So, who wants to go back into the glorious year that is 2005? Because I have just pulled up, courtesy of the Wayback Machine, the Klasky Chupo As Told by Ginger website, if you can believe it. If you try to click on it today, it's not going to load. Like, it will not. So let's see if we can take a look at it, shall we? Let me just pull it up. So yes, welcome to the glorious world of 2005. This is the official As Told by Ginger website, courtesy of Klasky Chupo. Isn't it beautiful in its 2000s glory? Just gorgeous.
This is clear 2005. This is absolute 2005.
Oh my gosh.
It's beautiful. Just absolutely gorgeous. 10 out of 10. Anyway, so let's take a look to see what we got. So let's take a look at the characters. Okay, meet the cast of Ginger. So, Ginger Foutley wants desperately to be noticed, but doesn't like being looked at. She is both repulsed and obsessed with the social structure that dictates her life at Lucky Junior High. Ginger has always secretly wished for a shot of total and extreme popularity, but when her prayers are answered, she finds herself paralyzed with uncertainty. Still, her excellent writing skills and willingness to fight for what she believes to be right has made Ginger stand out from the crowd as she successfully tries to balance her schoolwork and loyalty to her friends and family with her growing rise in ranks of Lucky Junior High's high school social scene. So yeah, this definitely sounds akin to what would be like around season 1, almost close to season 2, because season 2, she doesn't really care too much about popularity, I guess maybe with the exception of a handful of episodes, but for the most part, like the whole, oh, I want to be popular, this and that, sounds very season 1-ish.
Mhm. Yep, definitely.
Yeah, so pick a character. Like, I'm curious about like what everybody has to say about this. So Courtney, you first. Pick somebody.
I'm shocked they have one on Mr. Licorice. Look at there, I'm like, looking like
on that one. I'm gonna click on that one.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Licorice, Brandon's pet monkey. Mr. Licorice. Oh, without the period for some reason. Mr. Licorice has to endure various humiliating tricks that his master attempts to teach him in his quest to make the small primate into a big star. Mr. Licorice has been known to do the hustle. When did he do the hustle?
That's what I'm thinking. Like,
when did he do?
I don't
when did
remember
he do
him
that?
doing that.
I don't remember.
I absolutely don't.
Okay, Klasky Chupo, answer that question. Mr. Licorice has been known, jump along with Brandon as he plays his awful karaoke videos. What karaoke videos? I mean, the only time in which that's happened was in Next Question, where they were doing like the Teen Seal Girl song, and he actually liked it. Okay. And then there was also that, then there was also Driven to Extremes, in which they were doing the can, and he liked that too. So it's like, okay. And even attempted to ride a motorcycle, which is again from Driven to Extremes. Although Brandon loves his monkey with all his heart, Mr. Licorice is less than enthusiastic about his pet and has made more than one attempt to escape the cage in the Higsby house. So, okay, that's pretty consistent. Yes. Never Could Say Goodbye, where, that's the episode where Darren gets his headgear removed. So,
yeah.
Okay. Zara, pick a character.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Macy because I like the way that she's so silly.
I like Macy too. Okay, Macy Lightfoot only breathes properly out of only one nostril. I guess that's consistent. Allergic to a multiple of foods, fabrics, and fragrances, Macy wears a constant look of panic that implies she's having a difficult time distinguishing good news from bad. Somewhat ill-prepared for junior high, Macy is just grateful to have somewhere to rest her tray at lunch. What? Oh, that's sad. That is really sad.
It is.
Any sort of change alarms Macy, who has been wearing her hair since the 3rd grade. I didn't know that part. I mean, I guess, well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, when you saw the early pictures, sure. Macy relies heavily on her friends to prepare her for things and often convulses with nerves or breaks out in hives when she hears something intimidating, like the unforeseen elimination of Jell-O from the school cafeteria. Okay, that's quite a thing about Macy. They didn't even mention about the little seal girl. They didn't mention about...
And that's quintessential Macy.
Yeah, they didn't mention about the little seal girl. They didn't mention about how she's really good with French. It's like... I get it. It definitely feels akin to something like you would see in season 1, in which, like, she's very timid and kind of nervous and, allergic to a lot of things. Sure. It sounded like they didn't really get the core of the character just yet.
Yeah.
Anyway, Abdulmaz, choose a character.
Miranda.
Okay, here we go. So, Miranda Kilgallen is Courtney's best friend, and her sheer meanness will make sure that no one takes that position. Jealous of any attention that Courtney is paying to anyone else, Miranda is definitely not a big fan of Ginger Foutley. In fact, she tries her best to humiliate Ginger any chance she gets, laughing with her evil cackle at every one of Ginger's failures. Okay, when did that happen? Like, okay, I'm curious because here's the thing. Like, Miranda did frame Ginger in Ginger the Juvie, and she tried to blame Ginger in I Spy a Witch. She blackmailed Ginger in Cry Wolf. But when did Miranda? I mean, I guess maybe the one time in which she like laughed at Ginger's failures. I mean, like she did do that evil cackle when she found out that Lois was a cleaning maid, but that was only for that account. But I'm actually curious. When did Miranda laugh at Ginger's failures?
Yeah, it's like the only time I remember her laughing was just with Lois. I
Yeah,
don't remember any other time.
I don't remember anything else. Yeah. Kira, do you remember?
No, I was trying to rack my brain, but no.
Yeah, I don't remember. Anybody in the chat, do you remember? I don't remember. I did We're in Between 2 years ago, and I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around this stuff. So
Maybe they talk about the as she was gone episode when she laughing about how Ginger was depressed.
Oh, maybe. I guess that's a possibility, but she wasn't like laughing at her. She was just saying, man, I didn't know you were that depressed, but maybe you got a point. Oh, Maria G said, didn't she do that in the sleepover episode? Ooh, when they were trying to make Ginger wet the bed and then they were putting her bra in the freezer. So I guess that's a possibility. Yeah, but not like an evil cackle like she did with the nurses' strike. So maybe that could be a possibility. So yeah, thank you very much for pointing that out, Maria G.
I'll get you, Ginger Fatley.
I hate you, Ginger Fatley. I saw that you washed your hands. That's good. Really good. I don't know why I still know that line, to be quite honest. I just think that is just the most random thing ever. It's like, seriously. I wonder how, I mean, if she were to say the same thing, I mean, like if it was like on 2020 during the coronavirus and Ginger was washing her hands and keeping her social distance, would Miranda act the same way? It's like, oh, I see that you washed your hands. That's good. It's like... Anyway, let's continue. Still, part of Miranda's icy cruelty can be traced back to her strict upbringing, and she's been known to do something nice on occasion, although she would go to great lengths to hide the fact. That is very true. Mm-hmm. If you guys know from the first episode, Ginger the Juvie, and in Summer of Camp Caprice, that Miranda's father is a police officer, and he's a drill sergeant in the military camp. And Miranda comes from a very strict background, and she does tend to do really nice things. I mean, I guess the only nice thing that I can really think of was in the episode Ginger Solo, in which when Ginger's heart got broken when she found out that Sasha was dating another girl, and then Miranda said, girl, you got to pick yourself up, and you got to do the competition because that's what you came here for in the first place, all that kind of stuff. So focus on that. Yeah, so... all right, so that's that. Okay, so Kiara, you're next. Choose a character.
Noelle.
Noelle, yes. Okay, Noelle Sussman is a very strange girl. Besides enjoying her books on how to train penguins and making finger puppets of her classmates, she also has powerful telekinetic abilities. Okay, so that means that this is from season 3, because that's when that was the time in which they first introduced the fact that she had telekinetic powers, because that was first brought up in the second TV movie, I'm sorry. That was Far From Home, or Fatley's on Ice. Because of these factors and more, she has become Carl Fatley's girlfriend, and with Hoodsey, a member of his inner circle. So I take it that this was before Butterflies Are Free, because that was when Noelle left Carl and we wouldn't see her again until the wedding frame. Okay, I'm still kind of curious. There's an episode guide in there. I'm going to click on that in a minute. So let's see how far it went up to. Noelle loves acting bizarre and making strange animal noises, which is just fine with Carl. Since the weirder she is, the more attracted to her he seems to be. So yeah, this is definitely before Butterflies Are Free. I'm actually going to stop sharing this for just a minute because I'm going to give you guys a tiny little preview. Because I'm nice, and because I actually want to show you guys something pretty cool. I'm gonna actually show you the concept art of Noel Sussman that I was given by the character designer. His name is Bob. It's Dever or Dever. I think it's Dever. So I got this from Bob Dever, and he was showing me like concept art of various characters. I will show that on the stream tomorrow, but I'm gonna give you guys a little preview of the concept art for Noel Sussman since we are talking about her. So here it is. This is the concept art from Noel Sussman, courtesy of Bob Dever. Now, as you guys know, if you have listened to We're in Between, the storyboard artist referred to this character as incidental character 56 because she was the 56th background character featured in As Told by Ginger, where they would just like put random characters in the background, and they'll be like walking around like a student or maybe like an adult who are walking their dog or something. But they love this character so much they put her everywhere, and then eventually to a point in which like they made her into a main character. And there's also another thing that Bob did in addition to doing the character design of Noel Sussman. He wrote a song about her, and we will share that tomorrow. So stay tuned.
Oh man.
Cool.
All right, so let's get back to the 2000s, shall we? Let's go back to the website. All right, I'm going to choose a character this time, and then I'm going to have you, the chat, I'm going to get you guys to vote one. I'm going to choose Lois because she's my favorite character, duh. Okay, Lois Foutley is Ginger and Carl's mom. She works as a nurse at the local hospital and drives a VW Bug, Volkswagen for short, because, I guess they didn't have the license to say the car, that probably wouldn't pass a smog test. I mean, they live in Connecticut. They don't think they do smog tests. Do they? I'm actually curious. Chat, if any of you guys live in Connecticut, do they do smog tests? Let us know. Although it is quite a task raising an adolescent daughter and a young son who enjoys collecting molds and petrified eyeballs, Lois takes it all with a plump. She loves the kids, but because her finances are tight, has not raised them to be spoiled. Still, she would do just about anything for Ginger and Carl, and they both look to her for advice when they need the perspective of a grown-up that they can trust. That's definitely very Ginger, in which, like, if she's going through something, she would ask Lois for advice. The only time in which I can think that Carl would ask his mom for advice if he's like wanting to know more information about his schemes. Like in Cry Wolf, he wanted to know about Lois's medical book to find out if there's actually a condition that he can use to validate that he is growing a whole bunch of hair. So there's that, and a bunch of other examples, but we're not going to get into that. I'm going to check through the chat to see what they want to do. Let's see. Cool Paws 96 wants to see Courtney. Maria G wants to see Courtney too. The Geo Scholar actually says, I checked, Connecticut does do smog checks. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, thank you, the Geo Scholar. They do smog tests. I only thought California did it. So awesome. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so Courtney seems to be the fan favorite. So let's do Courtney. Courtney Gripling takes her role as the most popular girl at Lucky Junior High very seriously. Her fascination with Ginger Foutley began as an experiment to see how the other half lives and eventually blossom into real friendships. So that's why Courtney decided to hang out with Ginger as an experiment? Not because she's like genuinely interested? I'm actually very curious. I mean, like, okay, she wanted to do, I mean, I guess that would be a sense of an experiment. It's like, oh, I'm going to track down everything that these, of the way that Ginger acts. It's like, okay. Courtney looks to Ginger as someone she can turn to when she needs advice from someone other than her mindless followers. Oh, wow.
My gosh.
So that's what she thinks of Miranda, Mipsy, Lottie, and everybody else as mindless zombies.
My goodness, just a way to cut down the group.
Oh my goodness, like, wow. Hold on. By the way, Patricia, you misread the question. How many cast/crew members from As Told by Ginger? It's going to be a rough number, but I would say maybe around 20-ish. So I'm still waiting for responses from people, but I'm just gonna leave it at that as that because I can't spoil about who's gonna be coming in tomorrow. I mean, you guys already know a taste of who am I gonna invite, so I'm not gonna say like everybody just yet. Okay, so while her other friends Mipsy and Miranda virtually worship the ground that Courtney walks on, Ginger seems to do just fine living independently from Courtney's shadow. In fact, Courtney is secretly envious of Ginger's tight bond she shares with her best friends Macy and Dodie, since Courtney is aware that they would stick by her no matter what, while Miranda and company would only be there as long as Courtney's reign of popularity endures, which is actually very true. If you guys remember let me see, what was it? Oh yes, No Hope for Courtney, where Courtney lost her popularity to Hope Rogers. And then the moment that she lost it, Miranda immediately went over to say to Hope, wait, your new BFF is coming. And I guess in season 3, Courtney and Miranda and Mipsy and Lottie don't even hang out with each other as much because, well, Courtney's not the popular girl anymore. So yeah, it's crazy to think that. So all right, so that is, so thank you very much, everybody. If you're interested in looking through the other characters, then let's do so. I'm going to take a quick look at the episode guide. Okay, so it goes all the way up into episode 50. So episode 44. So it goes all the way up to Wicked Game. Okay, I guess that makes a lot of sense considering that the time between Wicked Game and the Easter Hams air dates was 6 months apart. So I guess maybe they just never got the time to finish updating it.
And wasn't Klasky Chupo having issues with Nickelodeon around that time? Like within like a year or two of that time?
Yeah, exactly. Like their contract was running out. There was a lot of disagreements, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I guess they just never finished updating it.
Guess not.
Yeah. Oh, games and fun and games. Okay, let's see what kind of fun and games they had. It's not like let's see if what they had. Okay, we have coloring pages, rock, paper, scissors, draw the ginger cast, make the story, jumbled puzzles, fortune teller, pinups, Klasky Chupo trivia, and would you rather game. Huh. I mean, okay, let's try them out. Let's do would you rather.
Yay.
Yay. Okay, let's click here. Let's see. Let's start the game. So okay. Let's see. So everybody, number 1, would you rather eat worms with Phil and Lil or eat bees with Donnie? Okay, that's both disgusting.
Yes, my stomach hurts just even thinking about it. But
no way, man.
I would just like if I had to take a shot, I'd take a shot right then and there. Like I can't. Also, I'm allergic to bees. I cannot do that at all. No way.
I'm
not killing myself.
No. I wouldn't want you to.
No.
So I guess I would say eat the worms because I wouldn't die.
No. And on that note, something seriously was wrong with Donnie. I know he was a jungle boy, but something seriously was wrong with that boy.
I know he's a feral child.
Yes.
I took a sociology class just a few years ago, and we were looking up information regarding about feral children. And with feral children, they start developing their cognitive thought and they start developing their earliest form of communication and learning about how things work at a very, very young age. And around the ages from like 2 to 6 are like the most crucial for a child because that's when they start learning about words. That's when they start learning about how to react and act around people. That's how they learn about all these things. If they lose it, then it's very hard for them to gain it back.
Oh, yes.
So most likely in that situation, because we can assume that Donnie's like around 4 or 5 years old, no matter how much training he's going to get, because he didn't get that in his early life, he's lost it. So that means he most likely will not be able to. There are very, very rare cases in which they would get it back, but for the most part, they wouldn't. Like they'll still, act that way. No matter how much training that you get and all that kind of stuff. So, I know that Donnie does say things, like words, but I think it's just like repeating it as opposed to like knowing about what exactly it is. So
yeah, I now can remember now too a little bit from it. I had to pull it out from my brain because psychology major I did.
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
And I
sure.
remember the feral child case. There was one notable case, and I forget her name, but it was a very notable case.
I know what I think I know exactly what you're talking about. Is that the girl who was locked up in the attic from
Yes.
her abuse? Yes.
Yes, that one.
I know exactly that because that's the thing that we learned in sociology class, in which like she was locked up in the attic for years at a time, and she was, oh my goodness, the story
Yes.
is beyond depressing. But
It is.
anyway, I'm not going to get into that.
No.
Let's just say that it will be in that kind of feral situation. So
Yes.
Oh yeah.
okay, let's move on to the next one. Okay, would you rather go on a vacation with the Rugrats to Paris or go on an African safari with the Thornberries?
Paris.
Paris.
Absolute Paris. Like I cannot deal with the animals. I can't run. Okay.
Paris would be a lot of fun for sure.
Yes.
I mean, I know. Actually, I knew somebody who, was from Paris and said Paris is so overrated. And I'm like, for somebody like me who's never been there, it's like I want to look at it. It's like for somebody who lives in like Las Vegas, it's like, oh, Las Vegas is not as all cracked up to be, but it's still like you want to check it out at least once in your lifetime.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
All right,
And
so we're all in agreement. All right,
I
next
was there in
question.
2018, so it rocks.
Nice.
wow.
Very nice. All right, let's go to the next one. Would you rather have either Otto or Reggie teach you some cool moves?
Neva, Rocket Power sucks.
Okay. Okay. Shots fired.
I vaguely I remember more the video game than
Sure.
than the actual show, only because the daycare I was at, they played that video game like crazy. We never finished it, but they played it. But
Aww.
yeah.
enough.
I never watched
Yeah.
it, so I wouldn't know.
I watched
enough.
it, but I don't remember the show, but I watched it.
Okay. Now, I know that both of them are pretty equal when it comes to sports. They both know how to do skateboarding. They know how to do surfing pretty well and snowboarding and all that kind of stuff. I think that the difference is that Otto is more with vertical skateboarding as opposed to Reggie, who's more into street skateboarding. For those who don't know the terms, vertical is when you're like going on the ramps, while Reggie's taste is definitely like skating around the streets, using the grinds and all that kind of stuff. I also know that Reggie also loves playing volleyball, and Otto doesn't really care too much about it. That's all I know. But yeah, I would say that Rocket Power, I'm not the biggest fan of that show either. I mean, I guess I can consider that to be a guilty pleasure because I actually was into like the skateboarding craze in my teenage years. I knew a lot of people who were into that. I played all of the Tony Hawk games all the way leading up into what was it? I guess maybe like Underground 2 or American Wasteland. Yeah, that was one of those two games. But after that, I pretty much quit. And then my friend David and we did the casual chats episode on the games. Don't listen to it, by the way. It's awful. But it was all the way up until the HD collection, which turned out to be a disappointment. And then Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5, which turned out to be a massive dumpster fire. But at least they picked themselves up with the HD remaster. So that's good. Okay, so next question. Would you rather be Courtney or Ginger for a day?
Ginger. Only because I understand the life. I am good with it. Courtney, you have nice stuff, you get good stuff, but it's kind of lonely if you think about it.
Yeah, Courtney's life would be kind of lonely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
For
Courtney
me, I
still
will
says-
say.
Oh, go
For
ahead.
me, I would say Courtney because she is rich.
That is true. She is
Good point.
rich.
Good point, though.
Waking up and then all of a sudden it's like you don't have a care in the world.
Yeah.
I get to go to a big mansion.
It's just one day.
Yeah, just
it's
one
just
day.
one day.
Exactly.
Yeah, just go. Okay. Actually, yeah, I'll switch my answer. The good point. Yeah, just for a day, like, yeah, just live in the lap of luxury for a day.
Yes.
Good point.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
And Courtney says funny things too, like, why do they make children's aspirin so difficult to open?
That's true. Yes, I love that line so much.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so next question. Would you rather babysit Angelica or Carl?
Oh my gosh.
That is beautiful. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
how do you decide you have a a toddler who will talk back to you no matter what.
What natural disaster do you want to be a part of? An
Exactly,
earthquake or a tsunami?
Exactly. Like, which one will you know you're going to survive?
Oh, by the way, I didn't mean to say that for anybody who's going through that. So my apologies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Honestly, but no, like, oh, would you rather deal with someone who has a petrified eyeball and might use you as a social experiment or like a experiment, or someone who's going to just read you to filth? Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, both of them have gone through their fair share of babysitters with no luck whatsoever. It's like, I mean, we've had a case in which Angelica has been known for getting the SWAT team to go into her house because of her temper tantrums.
Yep.
And then we've had Carl, who, well, he's done everything under the sun with his troublemaking schemes. So, yeah, it's.
I think at this point you're going to also consider, like, can I afford jail watching one of them?
Can I afford jail?
Exactly, because one of them's they're both gonna cause you at one point to consider some kind of form that might be breaking the law here.
Exactly, right?
Like, oh, I would say Carl, just for the fact of, if you give him something to think about, like experiment wise, he might leave you alone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking Carl too, just because I'm thinking of when Macy and Dodie had to babysit him, and he was pretty content with him and just his doghouse spying on Courtney's sleepover.
Yeah, if I were to babysit Angelica, I would have to give her so much attention. Like, she would demand it. It's like, I want this, I want that. Why don't you want to give it to me? Blah, blah, blah. So at least Carl is pretty content with himself. He could just be hanging out with Hoodsy or something.
Yeah, exactly. Just like have Hoodsy over, or give him like a experiment to think about. He'll be in the doghouse. You'll be fine. Yeah. Just make sure he does not cause any police have to be called or any firefighters. Just make sure he doesn't have any law enforcement have to be called on. So
exactly, yeah. Fishberry says, also remember when Angelica tried to sue her parents? Yep, I'm gonna pass. Yeah, that's true. Even though that technically was a dream, but yeah, I mean that's also very true. Okay, let's continue. Okay, would you rather read Ginger's diary or Eliza's journal? I wouldn't read any of them because it's privacy, you know?
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we're kind of reading, when we're watching As Told by Ginger, we're like going through her life and her journal already.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah, I guess that is true, because we are kind of seeing, and at the end of the wedding frame, it kind of reveals in a sense in which we are going through Ginger's diary. So yes, that's very true. And as for Eliza, she doesn't write through a journal. So, I mean, I guess that doesn't really make that much sense. But it's like if you were to read through Ginger's diary or Doug's diary, but Doug is not a Klasky Chupo character. So, I mean, although I think it would be really interesting about, like, today I went over to Africa and I explored this creature or something. Darwin was such a crazy scaredy cat or whatever. So I don't know. I mean, I mean, both of them do sound feasible for an interesting time, but yeah, but I couldn't choose.
For me, I would say Eliza, because it's more interesting.
It would be, yeah, especially with all the places that she's traveled to and all the people she's met. All right, let's go to the next one. Would you rather have Spike or Darwin as your pet?
Who is Spike?
That's the dog from Rugrats.
Ah, yeah.
Probably Spike, because a talking monkey would scare me.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that is if you are given the ability to talk to animals.
That's true.
Also, chimpanzees. I mean, if I don't think would be legal to have. I mean, unless of course if you get like those really, what you call it, like those rare licenses to like own a chimpanzee at home. I mean, I don't know how Michael Jackson did it with Bubbles, but yeah, like how would if Ginger were to come back to America after the family is done filming everything, would they actually keep Darwin permanently? That's actually an interesting question.
I mean, I just know of people having like reserves, and then I know there's like one YouTuber who has 3 monkeys. And they're capuchin monkeys, and so he keeps it. But I think he had to get permits and everything. So
sure, yeah, you have to get permits for sure. You have to get a certain license to get those things.
I think Spike I would choose just because of the fact of he just seems like such a loyal companion. And just,
Yes,
observe them.
exactly. I think that Spike would be a great pet because he is a loyal companion. He would go out there to rescue Tommy or Chucky or Phil and Lynn when they're in trouble. Well, as for Darwin, he's a scaredy cat. It's like he would build up his courage to save Eliza if she were to be, chased by a tiger or a lion. But for the most part, I think Spike would be the better pet. I mean, because it would be legal to have him. So unless, of course, it was Bruce Willis Spike. Then no,
No.
Yeah.
no. All right, so let's see. Next one. Would you rather be able to talk to animals like Eliza or know how to skate, bike, and surf better than Otto?
Talk to animals.
Yeah, talk
Without
to
a doubt.
animals. Come on.
That's without a doubt.
Anybody can be better than Otto with skating. I mean, first of all, sure, it'll take like years of practice, but at least it's feasible. Talking to animals is like, you want that,
Yeah, doesn't everyone?
You can't ever turn it off.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that is true. You can never turn it off. So it's like if you're hearing birds talking, like chirping in the morning, they're like talking. It's like, I have to wake up early in the morning. I have to take care of Joe and find the worms to feed the kids or something. And then like hearing cats meowing in the middle of the night is most like meow, meow.
I would
It's
love to know
like
what my cat is
singing
saying.
opera or something
Oh,
like
I would
la,
know.
la, la, la.
Oh,
That would
I
be
feel
that would be annoying.
no. I feel like my two cats would end up being completely shady. It's me. I'd love to hear what they say, but I think they would be shady as well.
Exactly. All right. Well, let's see what we got. Next question. Okay, would you rather be a Thornberry for a day or a Rugrat?
Thornberry.
Yeah, I would be a
Thornberry.
Thornberry for sure.
Yeah, you
Because
get to
here's the thing.
travel.
I mean, would you rather be, would you rather be a person who gets to travel all over the world, or would you rather be a baby? Like, what kind of question is that?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
they
no,
did go to Paris and Tokyo, didn't they?
Yeah, that's true. But but the Thornberries have been everywhere and then some.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't even get this question. All right. So next. Okay, would you rather run the Shore Shack like Ray Rocket or be an inventor like Stu Pickles? Okay, so would you rather have an established business or would you rather tinker with things that may or may not have a chance to work?
Oh, in the Shore Shack. And you get to meet cool people too.
Sure, yeah. And at least with being an inventor, I mean, sure, you get to go over to Adventures Convention and maybe your invention will make a ton of money, but it's a lot of work. So, I mean, it would be really cool though. I mean, if anybody can like think of something that would be revolutionary for our society, it's like, hey, I invented this thing. And it's like, wow, that's really cool. I want to have it. So as for like having your own established business, like, a shack right by the piers of California where people can come and go so that they can be able to, continue to ride their bikes or go to the beach or something. So yeah, I mean, running a business would be really tough because it's either really, really busy or no customers at all. There is literally no in between.
I would say probably pre-COVID, run the Shore Shack. Post-COVID, during COVID, maybe an inventor, only because Shore Shack, you can't do much right now, sadly.
I mean, you could. I mean, it's just that it'll have to be takeout as opposed to them sitting down and eating the food.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. Okay, would you rather own the Combi or your own giant mechanical Reptar? Would you rather have a Combi or would you rather control a mecha like if you were Voltron or the Power Rangers? Or
I'm gonna have to go Combi.
Okay.
The Combi is very versatile for sure. It can go
Yes.
through land and through the water. So
yeah,
no. It is very versatile.
No, child me, I always dreamed of trying to operate a Reptar, but no, Combi, much better. You can just get through a lot of things more, and it just seems awesome to live in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be kind of. I mean, I know it would be kind of cramped and tight, especially since they all live there and inside. So it's like, if you want to have space, it's very hard to do so. But at least you can live there. As for the giant mechanical Reptar, you can't. All you can do is just control it, and people will be frightened of you as opposed to like, ooh, Ooh, look, giant mech.
It's
This isn't Japan.
no.
Okay.
Or Paris.
Or Paris. Right. All right, next question. Would you rather kiss Debbie or Courtney? For the guy. Oh, for the girls or guys. Okay. So for us girls, and Abdulmez for a guy. Would you rather kiss Trent from Rocket Power or Ian Richton, or for Abdulmez, would you rather kiss Debbie or Courtney? So
No
let's
one.
see. No one. Good answer.
Yeah.
Me, no one, because
No.
Trent wasn't that much in Rocket Power, and neither was Ian. So it's like, which bland minor character do you want to kiss?
Yeah, no.
Like, what? I mean, to be fair, like, if they really wanted to have, there were no like major male characters in the Wild Thornberries. Like, sure you had no, not the Wild Thornberries, Rocket Power. Sure you had, like Otto and Twister would be weird because they're kids. So it's like, you need to have somebody older. So it's like, this is the only one we got. Well, slim pickings, I must say.
Mm-hmm.
And as for Ian, this is clearly like early, as told by Ginger, because Sasha's not in it, and neither is Orion, and Darren's not a choice because they would have easily done it like post season 2, season 3 Darren. So it's clearly made for like season 1. All right. So answer is nobody from everybody. Good choice. Okay. Would you rather watch cartoons about the Rugrats as babies or all grown up? Okay. Now this sounds more feasible because there are people out there who debate on which is better, the baby version of Rugrats or the grown up version of Rugrats.
I didn't watch the grown-up version.
Oh, you never watched it? Okay. Well, it's essentially just them as preteens, and that's pretty much it. They've gone through their... Go ahead.
I would say maybe the grown-up version because I'm not fan of Rugrats. I think it's for kids.
Sure.
No offense, but
No, not at all. Not at all.
But I think I watched it when I was 12, and I think I didn't like it.
Okay. All right. So, what about the rest of you?
I don't know. That's hard. They both have like a special place in my heart.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Same here. I grew up with both, and I'm trying like, okay, I see the pros and cons of one, pros and cons of the other.
Yeah.
Probably, I would say all grown up because of the fact of just a little bit more depth in the personality.
Okay. How much depth and personality can you get from a baby?
Exactly. They're just like, you can expect there to be a little bit more stuff. And Angelica also didn't seem to be as much of a pain.
Yeah. Although that one episode that she had to babysit a toddler that was very similar to her when her age was a nice little Schadenfreude moment, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah. So, anybody else? You guys feel the same way?
Yeah.
Okay.
All grown up, probably.
Yeah.
Sure.
Same.
Okay, then. All right. Next one. Would you rather be on Nigel Thornberry's Animal World or in a diaper commercial like Phil and... What kind of question is this? Would you rather be in a diaper commercial?
Definitely
What?
the diapers.
Oh my gosh.
This? Could they not choose a better one for Rugrats? Could they not say, what other TV show could we have? It's like, why not? Would you rather be in the Dummy Bears, or would you rather be in Reptar? Would you rather? If you want to do, let's see, what is another good example? I don't know. Rocket Power didn't do a lot of like TV shows. Our Real Monsters, I can't really recall either. As told by Ginger.
Could
Dr.
they do the
Fun
band?
Feeling? Huh?
No, or like the band?
The band?
Like the band recital? Would you rather be up there?
Yeah, like that. Sure. This is a stupid one. No way.
No.
Come on, that's an easy one. Next. Okay. This is very similar to the one we were discussing about. Would you rather live in a giant mansion like Courtney Grippling or in the Convy like the Thornberries? Giant mansion all day.
Mansion.
Yeah.
Convy.
No contest.
Have to
For
go
me, no, I
comedy.
would say the comfy.
Please, Abdulnaz, explain.
Yes.
I don't love the big rooms, and so I love to be in the nature and more interesting type of life.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm with
okay.
Abdul on that one too.
Sure.
You will open your window and you see the nature and the jungle. It's be more interesting than be alone in a very huge, a very big room like Courtney.
That is very true,
Yeah.
and it's like massive with so many rooms and such, and you'll never interact with anything. So
No.
you do have a very valid point for sure.
Yes. Yes. I grew up in a small town, kind of like some room. Just
Yeah,
have some
I get you.
space.
I get
Have
you.
some
I get you.
space.
Yeah. All right, so let's go to the next one. Okay, ooh, this is an interesting one. Would you rather have Dee Dee Pickles or Marianne Thornberry as your mom? Neither. I want Lois.
No, Lois.
Yeah.
Why didn't they put Lois on here?
No, right? Why is Lois not in here?
Hmm.
That's too bad. But if I were to choose, then I definitely would choose Dee Dee.
Yeah.
Same.
She just seems like more of a hands-on mom.
Maybe a little bit
In a
too
sense.
hands-on. Though.
Yeah. Yeah. Little.
Yeah, like I mean, she would always rely on Lipschitz to do things.
True.
Well, as Marianne, she's definitely the brains of the operation. I mean, she's like very quick-witted, she's very smart, and you know, she gets Nigel away from a whole bunch of trouble. So
Yeah.
yeah, I just wish Lois was on this list.
I know.
Oh,
Same.
that sucks. Okay, next. Oh no.
Oh, no.
Would you rather be stuck in a room for a whole day with Mackenzie or change one pair of Dill's dirty diapers? Oh, what kind of question is this?
Neither.
will-
Bye.
Neither one, but I think if I had to, I can get like a SWAT outfit on and deal with the dirty diapers. I could not deal
I
with
don't mind
Mackenzie.
dirty diapers either. It didn't say spend a whole day changing dirty diapers. It just said one.
A bear.
And maybe it's not even that bad. Maybe it's just number one. So
Yeah.
you know what? I'll rather do that.
Yeah.
I don't want to hang out with Angelica 2.0.
No, that's like asking yourself to be tortured. Nope.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, next. Okay, would you rather be really smart like Sam or really popular like Ian? Okay. We don't know what kind of popularity that Ian had in the later seasons. I mean, we only know in season 1 he's a very, he's a good soccer player. That's why he's popular, and he's rich and he's good looking. And I know that Sam is kind of like the butt monkey of Rocket Power because it's like, oh, he's a nerd and he's surrounded by a bunch of athletes. It's like, seriously, if this show was released in 2020, Sam would be the main character, hands
yeah.
down. It's like, you remember in the first episode where they were just looking at him, it's like, oh, wow, he has a computer and, he's on it all the time. It's like, why doesn't he play out with us? It's like Casey from the Friday Night Nicktoons podcast, he actually did state this when they were, when he and Ashley were talking about the first episode where they were saying like, I'm sure back in 1999 when this episode came out, it's like, the weird kids were just like the computer geeks, but that nowadays that's pretty much everybody. And the kids who I'll go outside and play sports are like the weird ones. It's like, how many people do you know who do that? It's like, you actually do have a good point, Casey.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, at least with Sam, I mean, we know that he will definitely go big. He'll probably like have his own business or whatever. As for Ian, I mean, unless his soccer career goes really far, can you hold on to his popularity for very long? Because Courtney certainly hasn't.
No, popularity is very fleeting. So
yeah, very fleeting.
Brains are forever. Hey, you will be smart, will likely have some money, most likely be successful and content. I'd rather be smart. I'd rather be smart.
I just want something. One of the things that different in the culture here in my country, the popularity is for people who have high grades and smart. They are popular, so it's not depend on the luck or the. So it's different definition of popularity in my country.
Why can't your country standards be our country standards?
Exactly.
Like, thank you. Why can't the popular people be the smart ones? Yep. Like, seriously. All right.
No, it's have advantage, but sometimes it's like people who are high grade, like they are the people who have bad grades feel bad for themselves. So So it's make pressure on the people who are not good at school,
Mm-hmm.
make them depressed, and
Oh, I see. Okay. I guess it would be a lot of pressure to build up your popularity based on your grades. It's like if you go from like a B to a C, it's like, that would be kind of hard. I mean, it would build a lot of pressure for sure. But you know what? I could see it both ways. It's like for an athlete, it's like you need to be really good at the sport. Otherwise, they're going to not think you're cool anymore. So I guess I could see both sides of the coin. All right. Would you rather own a copy of Reggie's zine or a copy of Debbie's Teenage Wasteland magazine? Which 90s magazine do you want to own? Do you want to own the sports magazine or do you want to own the one that looks similar to Daria's?
no one.
No one.
None.
That's good answer. No, seriously, Teenage Wasteland would be definitely something that Daria would read.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's go to the next one. Okay, would you rather hear one of Grandpa Lou's stories or one of Tito's ancient Hawaiian sayings? That's kind of hard because with Grandpa, if he would be telling his story and then 5 minutes, he'll fall asleep. Well, as ancient Hawaiians are at least really quick, they may be kind of a little bit non sequitur, but at least they're quick and they're interesting. It's like ancient Hawaiians used to say, this and this and that. It's like, hey, you can take something from it. But as for Grandpa Lou, who'll be talking about his time of the war or the fact that he had to play with rocks and then you'll be falling asleep on the couch 5 minutes later.
Yeah, Tito's like the one character I remember from Rocket Powers. I'll go Tito.
Yeah, I'd probably go with Tito as well. At least Tito's a very fun character. I mean, not to say anything bad about Grandpa Lou. He's a pretty funny character when he needs to be. It's just that with him telling stories, it's like, no, I rather listen to Tito's Hawaiian stains. It's like, I mean, they may be a little bit weird and maybe they might not implement to your everyday life, but I mean, it's quick and to the point. So, All right, that's it for the what would you rather. So that was very interesting. I actually like that. So let me see if we can go back to this. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so let's try another game. So Courtney, why don't you choose a game for us?
Try to look here. I'm trying to think here. Rock, paper, scissors. That's just like something's just drawing out there with that one. Like,
okay, let's try the rock, paper, scissors.
Like,
okay.
What kind of?
Okay, so now you can play the classic game of rock, paper, scissors online. Just choose one of the three and the computer will tell you if you won or lost. Oh, I don't recall rock, paper, scissors and as told by Ginger, though.
That's why I'm like, huh?
I mean, to be fair, I don't recall really like I mean, if it would be like a game, it would be like truth or dare or something.
Yeah, that's what I first think of.
Yeah, like rock, paper, scissors. Okay, let's see how this goes.
Yeah.
Okay, Carl and Josie present an online version of the classic game of rock, paper, scissors. If you want to challenge Carl, all you have to do is click on one of these three objects. That's it? That's all you have to do? I mean, I know that stuff was pretty limited back in the 2000s, but I've seen games online that were way better than this.
Yes.
Like the stuff on Cartoon Network kicks this out of the water, man.
Yeah, they dropped the ball here.
They really dropped the ball. This sucks. Okay, let's just try it out for giggles. So
yeah.
Okay, choose one.
Let's just go with paper.
Okay, paper. Carl chose paper. It's a draw. Okay, Zara, choose one.
Let's do paper.
Okay, paper again. Carl chose rock. You won. Yay.
Oh my gosh.
This sucks.
Why was this included?
Why was this included? This is terrible. This is the bare basics of a game. This isn't even a game. Like, this is awful.
It is.
Like, this is awful. Okay, Abdul, let's choose something.
Yes.
Rock.
Rock, okay. Carl shows rock. It's a draw. Okay. Toonjay, I know it's not Nickelodeon's website. I know it's Klasky Chupo's website, but at least like put a little effort in it. Come on.
Yeah,
okay, Kira, choose something.
We'll go scissors. We haven't done that
scissors.
one yet.
Carl chose paper. You won. Yay. Okay, you know what? This sucks. We're not gonna do this one.
Yeah, I don't know why they included that one.
That was terrible. Okay.
I had high expectations on that one.
Yeah, my expectations just went down.
Yep.
Okay, Zara, choose something.
Let's do Klasky Chupo trivia.
Classy Chupo trivia. Speaking of trivia, I actually pulled this up from the We're in Between forums, and this is courtesy of Norbert, so we'll definitely look into that one later. But let's see how Klasky Chupo wants to quiz us. So let's take a look into that. Think you know all there is to know about the Rugrats, Walt Thornberry's rocket power. Okay, it just started. I didn't even do anything. So yeah. Okay, so yeah. Let's see. Click on this button to begin. All right, then. Okay, choose a show. Since we're doing As Told by Ginger, let's do As Told by Ginger. So here we go. Okay. So what does Blake feel is Carl's most prized possession? A batch of real werewolf hair. B, a petrified eyeball in a jar. C, a dehydra killer sea snake. Or D, a collection of gallstones. Okay, first of all, there was no real werewolf hair. That was fake, and that was derived from Crywolf. The dehydrated killer sea snake never existed because Lois drank from it. And the collection of gallstones, he only had one, and that was from Maud. So, yeah, it's definitely B.
B.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
Mhm.
Okay, Ginger's poem to her dad. That's an easy one. It's Hello Stranger.
Yes.
Although let's take a look at the other ones. Why weren't you here? Maybe someday, maybe you'll come by, and I wish you can hear me. Those does sound pretty feasible for poems, but yeah, it's definitely Hello Stranger.
Yep.
Okay, number 3. What was Ginger's most embarrassing secret? She used to bite her toe. What?
Yeah.
No. That's disgusting. She was afraid of Abraham Lincoln. What kind of fear is that? What? Okay. Her mom wouldn't let her shave her legs, and she used to stuff her bikini at the beach. That's something that Courtney would do, not Ginger.
Yes. C.
Yeah, it's definitely C. Her mom wouldn't let her shave her legs. Okay, Ginger and Miranda both have a crush on what lucky junior high school hunk? Okay, so we already established that it's Ian Richton, but let's take a look at the other names. Chad Walker, Tom Wilkins, and Biff McGintley. I don't know who those other names are, but yeah, it's definitely Ian Richton.
Can't help but laugh at C.
Biff McGintley. Wow, that's a name. Okay, number 5. What song did Macy sing at the school talent show? That's definitely Come Back a Little Seal Girl. But let's take a look at the other ones. B. I Wish I Was Courtney for a Day. Like, what kind of song would that be for a talent show? And C, That's Amore. Wait, the Frank Sinatra song? Oh, is it Frank Sinatra? I forget who it was, but
I think it is, but I'm not 100%.
Okay, but no. Keep on Loving You. Oh my God. Keep on Loving You. No. Say Macy would never sing something like that.
Mm-mm.
Okay, number 6. What does Miranda pressure Ginger into stealing for Courtney in the episode Ginger the Juvie? A pair of glow in the dark roller skates, the enter sign from a bank, an electric heart necklace, a young model's photo kit from a local toy store. That's definitely the enter sign, but okay, let me take a look at the other one. Glow in the dark roller skates. That actually sounds pretty cool.
They do.
An electric heart necklace. What is that? Like, does the heart like move or something, or does it say something? Like if you push a button? A young model's photo kit. What is a young model's photo kit? Like, you take like modeling. I don't know. Okay, so enter sign from the bank is the right answer. Okay, in the episode Stealing First, what world record are Carl and Hoodsy selling out to break? Most sheep eyeballs eaten in a single what? Most sheep eyeballs eaten in a single setting. That I don't think Carl and Hoodsy would do that.
That's disturbing.
Okay. Loudest belch, largest collection of boogers, most hours spent on a ski lift. Although largest collection of boogers does sound like something that they would do.
Mm-hmm.
And just as gross.
Which episode is? What is the episode about? I don't remember.
Stealing First is the episode where they go over to a ski lodge. I don't know if do you have ski lodges in Libya?
No.
No. Okay. So a ski lodge. So essentially, it's like a mountain resort, and it's when it snows, you get to do things like skiing and snowboarding.
Yeah. I
So
get it.
in that episode, Ginger and her class are going over there for their trip. And Miranda makes a bet with Courtney that Ginger would kiss the French foreign exchange student Jean-Pierre.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah. So in the episode for Carl and Hoodsy, they want to break the world record, and that would be most hours spent on a ski lift. Okay. Which of the following are not true about Ginger? She's a terrible student. She has plastic horses decorating in her room. Her mom won't let her wear makeup, and her mom is a nurse. I mean, knowing about Ginger, I mean, it's obvious that it's A, because, you know, she's always been a good student. Unless if you want to account for, you know, all of the stuff that she went through in season 3.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's something about that stealing first episode that I just remembered now.
Yeah.
Macy has this completely random line where she's like, Mabel, if you're able, save your horseplay for the staple.
Yeah.
And it's like, what is that for? I don't get it.
If save your horseplay for the stable, it's like, you know, just keep things to a safe distance. It's like, you know, I guess maybe because it's like, you know, they're going first base. It's like, you know, keep things steady in a safe environment. Keep your horseplay in the stable, if you know what I mean. Okay. Next question. What was the name of the calf born in the episode Summer of Camp Caprice? Oh, I love that scene so much, where Sasha just names the character out of spite. So Sasha, Darren, Ian, and Jake. Thanks to Dolphin Lover Cats for this question. Okay, so Dolphin Lover loves cats. Who would have thunk? Okay, so yeah, it's definitely Ian, because he found out from Courtney that Ginger has a crush on Ian, and he thought that they were dating, so he named it Ian out of spite because he's petty like that. Okay, so that's all the questions. So we are okay. So we got all of them correctly. So we're seniors. So yay. Okay. So that was the Klasky Chupo trivia. So all right. So next game. So Abdulmez, let's what would you like for us to choose?
I don't know. Any game.
Any game? Okay. Let's see what we got. Let's try and make the story. Let's see what that has. Generate your own as told by Ginger short story by adding adjectives, nouns, verbs, and more. Click here to play. Okay, let's see what we got. Not found. R.I.P. Yeah, I guess they weren't able to save that, so that's a shame. All right, let's take a look at the let's see what we got. The other ones are just like drawing, but you know what? Because we're on the trivia mood, I guess I could start asking you guys the questions that are courtesy of Norbert. So let me see. I actually want to, yeah, so I guess that's it. I mean, like jumbled puzzles is like, you know, let's see what we got. Let's see if this, nope, not even around anymore. So yeah, I think to be fair, a lot of these stuff I don't think is around anymore. Let's see for Ginger fashions. Unlike most cartoons that have the main characters wearing the same thing in every episode. Okay, so let's take a look at the clothes. I guess it doesn't work. I'm not too surprised because this is a very old website. And then Slam Book. A Slam Book is a notebook that is passed around a school, summer camp, club, and between the group of friends. Let's take a look. Okay, ooh. What did the character say about the following? Okay, question 1. Who is the coolest person you know? Ginger says, I guess Courtney, but Miss Zorsky's pretty cool, and sometimes even my mom. Miranda says, everybody better say Courtney. Oh wow, it's like a threat. It's like, you better say Courtney or else. Courtney says, I'd say it'd be me, but it's so uncool to say that, which is totally cool. That would be so Courtney for sure. Dodie says, hello, Courtney Gripling. Carl says, Dwayne the garbage dude, which, yeah, that's true. Hoodsy says, the Reverend Al Green. That's interesting. I never heard of him would say that. I thought he would say Carl, or maybe his dad, but the Reverend Al Green. Okay, so number 7. Okay, Macy would say, cool. You mean temperature-wise? Yeah, that's Macy for sure. Darren says, I notice if you think you're cool, you are cool. Look at my brother Will. All right. No, question 2. Who is the boy or girl you most want to kiss? Ginger says, as my brother would say, classified. So, I mean, obviously, if it was like season 1, it would be Ian, but let's see. Miranda says, no comment. obviously. I'm sort of curious about Will Patterson, that's no secret, and my mind often wanders to how his younger brother Darnell will turn out. Darnell.
She got everyone's name wrong half time. It was always
Yeah, she didn't get Will's name wrong, obviously.
no, but she used to get like Lacey and
yeah,
Pody.
Yeah, exactly. Lacey, Casey, Stacy, Pody. Yeah. Dodie says NOYB, none of your business. Carl says, as a general rule, I don't kiss girls and I don't kiss butts. You can quote me on that. Okay. Hoodsy says, okay, my mom says that the human mouth is like filled with germs. You're safe for kissing a cat's butt, not that I would. Again, with the whole kissing butts thing, it's like, okay. Macy says, I know it's emotionally healthy to say, but I'd rather not. And Darren says, no one magnetized, that's for sure. So what? It's like we're gonna have Sharon from Braceface kiss Darren. Is that what the case is?
Oh God.
Oh my gosh.
No. All right, but yeah, that let's see what else there's. Okay, question number 3. What is your favorite food? Ginger says my mom makes a pretty mean stuffed mushroom cap. I thought she would say sloppy Jane. Miranda says it's not the food, it's the restaurant. Courtney says, ask the cook. She knows what all my favorite foods are. Yeah. Dodie says, low-fat devil's food marshmallow cakes with white icing and multicolored sprinkles. That's specific. Peat moss. Peat moss, says Carl. Okay. I haven't tasted everything yet, but I'm really into ribs. Macy says, macaroni and soy cheese. It manages to be tasty while leading to no pesky overproduction of mucus in the upper respiratory area. Yeah, she would say that. Darren says, anything I can get this headgear tastes great to me. So that's pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm.
What is the most embarrassing thing about yourself? Ginger says, my little brother Carl and sometimes my mom. Miranda says, I can eat anything and never get fat. How humiliating. That's embarrassing. That would be something you would praise. But
that's a superpower.
That is... Oh my gosh. Wait until you turn 30.
Oh yeah.
Courtney says, my hairstylist actually named my highlights Courtney Blonde. Can you believe it? That's so embarrassing. And of course, everybody wants them. Since when? Like, I don't remember anybody saying about, I want the Courtney Blonde. I mean, from what I remember in No Hope for Courtney, what was like her hair was like, blonde number 37 or something. I don't remember, but yeah, I don't, it's like, okay. I'm too embarrassed to say. Carl says, I'm still in the testing phase, but as soon as I pinpoint it, I'll let you know. I mean, he's done everything under the sun, so sure.
Mm-hmm.
Tootsie says, sometimes I lose pressure at church. What? I thought it would be like he would wet the bed, but lose pressure at church. Okay. Macy says, I snore when I'm awake. Darren says, serious squeakage. Watch the pilot, by the way, if you want to see the serious squeakage on Darren's headgear. Oh, so painful.
Is that the one where they go to the party?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, I remember that one now. Yeah.
Yes.
I had to think.
Okay, number 5. What do you want to be when you grow up? Ginger says, do we have to decide this already? Miranda says, I want a job where I can access to personal files. So maybe I'll be like your dad and be a police officer. Yeah, so Courtney says, popular on a global scale. So she'll be a Kardashian. Dodie says, I'm thinking personal coach. I can definitely see that, considering that she wanted to be very similar to the camp counselor in Summer of Camp Caprice.
Now, the question is, would she be successful at that?
That is a good question. Would she be successful at it? I don't know. Okay, let's see. Okay, 5. Carl says that's classified. Hoodsie says off the record, a jazz dancer. I guess that makes sense because he did wanted to have dance moves in an Even Steven holiday special. Macy says calmer and less inhibited, and more spontaneous. And Darren says not stuck in my brother's shadow, which don't worry, you won't be in season 3. Okay, question number 6. How would you describe yourself? Ginger says average, I guess. Average, pretty, and nice. Miranda says pretty, lethal, sharp as a whip. Courtney says fabulous looking, demure, and humble. Yes, humble. Dodie says definitely perky. Yes, perky is one way to describe it. Carl says, well, the momster calls me challenging. Well, yeah. Hoodsy says, I probably wouldn't. Macy says, insightful, wise beyond my years, and one of the few people who can actually wear an international orange. International orange. Interesting color choice. An easygoing, roll with the punches kind of guy. Yeah, that's very true for Darren. Number 7, what do other people think of you? Ginger says, I only really care about what my friends think, but mostly what I think. That's definitely season 2-ish, because she would definitely be more concerned about what the other popular kids would be thinking, especially Courtney. Miranda says, like I care what anyone thinks. Of course you care what people think, because in Trouble in Gal Pal Land, when Miranda and Courtney split up and she was like left to defend herself, it's like she needed that attention. Courtney says, I do believe that I'm worshipped, but can you put down that Miranda said that? Okay. Dodie says, I try not to go there. Carl says, correction, what do I think of them? Hoodsy says, I'm not sure they do. Macy says, I don't know. I don't want to know. Darren says, I don't think anyone thinks about me enough to think anything about me, which, again, wait until season 3. Okay, number 8. Who is the biggest geek you know? Let's see. Ginger says, I don't know, Chet Zipper. Yeah, either that or Dustin would probably be a choice. Miranda says, it's so Ginger Fowley. You can smell the desperation in her perspiration. Okay, what a way to rhyme there. Courtney says, you'll have to ask Miranda. She keeps tracks of those things in her Palm Pilot. What's a Palm Pilot? Is that like one of those, it's like an old-fashioned cell phone, or those...
like old-fashioned BlackBerry almost.
Yeah, like an old-fashioned BlackBerry. Yeah, it's like a Palm Pilot. I have to look that up. Dodie says, everyone says Macy, didn't they? Wow, way to throw your friend under the bus, Dodie.
Like, Dodie was low-key shady.
Very shady.
Yes, like just, she was shady. You could tell she was, but like not to her friend. You can tell. You can just tell.
That is cold. Carl says, you ask like being a geek is a bad thing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hoodsy says, Higsby, Gripling, it's a tie. I would say more Brandon than Blake. I mean, he's definitely pro-geek. Macy says, everyone said me, didn't they? Well, I didn't, but
no.
Anyway, and then Darren says, I guess it's me, but I've learned to embrace it. Good for you, Darren. Just a shame that you won't in season 3. Let's see, number 9. Now, this is the last one. If you could change one aspect of your life, what would it be? And Ginger says, I kind of wish my mom and dad would get back together, but I know that's never going to happen. Yeah, that's very true. Miranda says, no Ginger Foutley, which of course it is. Courtney says, I really love to upgrade from bedroom to wing. Like, I want to change my bedroom from something really big to something massive. Like, okay.
Rich people problems.
Rich first world problems. Dodie says, I wouldn't mind being in the in crowd, if only for a day. Carl says, I wouldn't mind another Hoodsy, which I'm working on. I guess maybe for Brandon, but definitely not for Blake. Hoodsy says, I'd rather be into having a bigger bladder, that's for sure. But don't write that. I mean, very specific. I mean, I know that he wets the bed, but still, it's like, okay. I didn't know it was that bad. Macy says, I'd rather have a clear left sinus and world peace. Oh, that's very nice. She definitely sounds a lot more clearer in her voice in season 2, which I can assume is definitely when she got maybe like got some help with her adenoids. And as for world peace, that's actually very sweet. I would love that. And Darren says, is it too lame not to want to change anything? I mean, what good would it do? It just get me thinking about more stuff I want to change. It's very interesting. All right, so that is it for the Slam book. That was actually pretty fun. Anything else I can't really think of, but yeah. So that was the official Klasky Chupo website from 2000, like around the early 2000s, where you got to see a lot of the As Told by Ginger stuff. So yeah, that was actually pretty fun. Going back into what the internet was like, and if you wanted to know more information about all these characters. So yeah, what did you think of it?
Very 2000s.
Very 2000s, yes.
About saying like a complete time warp.
Yeah.
At that point, it very much so.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if it were to be updated for today, I mean, like, they would put, like, a whole bunch of video clips, and the graphics would definitely be better, and, you know, better games than that rock, paper, scissors game, that's for sure. Such a disappointment.
It is.
All right, then. So, speaking of games, like I mentioned before, that Norbert from he actually did post, a follower of mine named Norbert had actually posted on the We're in Between forums when I was doing the weekly As Told by Ginger podcast when the show is wrapping up. He actually posted up an As Told by Ginger quiz, and this is definitely a lot harder than the quiz that the official Class Q Chupa website gave us. So let's see if you guys would actually know about this. So let us go into the quiz, shall we? This is not only a quiz about questions, but this is also a who said this kind of question. So let's go into this, shall we? So question number 1. In the episode, oh wait, hold on. I got a lot of people have been stating about their thoughts on the site. It's like, yeah, very 2000s, yes, from Cosmic Cadet, absolutely. Okay, so let's continue. So number 1, what is the name of the game Dodie and Hoodsy play on the drive to Loon Lake?
The bridge game.
There you go. That's correct. Very good. Now, bonus points if you know what episode it's from.
The episode of they going to the lake.
Yeah,
I don't
so
remember
what is the name?
name.
What is the name of the episode?
I don't know.
Okay. Does anybody know the name of the episode?
It's on tip of my tongue and I can't. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to.
All right, I'll give you a few extra seconds.
Yep.
I think it's Lake. Something Lake.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It is something Lake. The answer is Lunatic Lake. But yes, Abdulmez actually gets 1 point. You know what? I'm actually gonna get a piece of paper and I'm gonna jot this down. So let's put. I'm just gonna put everybody's name down really quick, and let's just keep track of everything. If any of you guys want to play along, then play along. I'm not gonna. Don't if state your name, say your stuff in the chat, but don't be a cheater. That'd be really appreciative.
I'm gonna suck at this because I've been too busy watching shows like American Horror Story and
Fair enough.
Oh, yeah. No, I've been working so much for the past couple months, and oh my gosh, my brain shot. Oh, I'm a.
Don't worry. Just do the best that you can.
I am.
All right. So, all right. Let's go over to the next one. So, number 2, of Ginger, Dodie, and Macy, who is the oldest?
Dodie?
Macy?
No, it's
Macy.
It is Macy. Yes, you're absolutely right. Who said that? Okay, Kira said that. So yes, that you're absolutely right. Macy is the oldest. And what episode did they reveal that?
Family Therapy.
Yes, very good. It is Family Therapy. So I'm going to give you a bonus point for that one, Abdulmez.
Yay!
All right, question number 3. Which secondary character on the show has asthma?
Wait.
Hoodsy.
Hoodsy is correct.
Hoodsy.
Yes, it is Hoodsy. I'm sorry, who said that first?
Me.
Okay, Zara said it first. So yes, Hoodsy, you're absolutely right. So do you remember what episode that was stated on?
I think it has to be Gym Class Confidential. I remember that episode for sure.
You're right. I think it was either that or probably I think it was Carl and Maude that they mentioned that. But okay, but yeah, Zara, you did get the point. Okay,
Yay.
number 4. What is the blush from Ginger's Fake Up made of?
Cranberry sauce?
Yes, it is cranberry sauce.
Okay.
Cranberry sauce, gravy.
Okay, what was the
premiums.
episode?
Oh, shoot. Picture something. Picture day?
Kiss Makeup?
That is the premise of the episode, yes.
Oh.
It is Kiss and Makeup, yes.
Kiss
You're
and
absolutely
Makeup,
right, Kira, so you get a bonus point for that one. Okay, question number 5. What is the mascot for the Lucky High School Pep Squad?
Is it a goat?
No, it's not a goat. You would think it would be a goat, but no, it's not. It's like, hey, they have a goat. Is it the mascot? No. Okay, that makes sense.
Is it a mole?
It's not a mole, but it's close.
It's not Lucky the Leprechaun, unfortunately.
No, it's not Lucky the
No.
Leprechaun.
That would have been a good one.
That would have been good.
A badger?
No, it's not a badger.
No.
It's along the
Oh.
line.
Ah.
All right, do you guys give up?
Yeah.
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 It's a gopher.
Aww.
Dang it.
That's okay. Now, do you remember which episode that was referenced in?
Dodie's Big Break?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good. You get an extra point for that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Question number what was it? 6. Who does Carl predict will get an A on Mrs. Gordon's test when he predicts the future?
Blake.
No, it's not Blake, but that's a good guess.
Brandon?
No, it's not Brandon, but that's a good guess too. Think of another character that would appear every once in a while with Carl and Hoodsie stories.
Hotzi.
No, it's not Hoodsie. That would have been too easy though.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys give up?
The only other
Yeah.
name I can
wait,
think
I'm
of is
sorry, were you
Chet.
saying something?
The only other name I can think of is Chet.
No, it's not Chet, because Chet, he's in middle school.
Yeah, he's
so he
older, so it
yeah, he's
can't be
not-
him.
Yeah. Do you know
Yeah.
Kira?
I was thinking Noel.
No, it's not Noelle, but good guess though.
The girl that like chicken girl.
No, it's not her either.
Mm-mm.
Anyway, the correct answer is Terrence the Bully.
Oh.
Yeah, that minor
Oh.
character that shows up every once in a while. Yeah, him. So, do you know what episode it comes from?
No.
No? Anybody?
I just remember the premise. I just don't remember the name.
Fair enough. I think that, I think that people wouldn't remember the name either. So, anybody?
Mm-mm.
Okay. I think from what I remember, I think that was. No, it's not troubling. No, it's it was definitely a season 2 episode. No, it's not Hope for Courtney. Let me just take a look at my notes really quick. I think I have it really here. It's not Drubble and Gal Pollen. It's not TGIF. Losing. No, it's not it either. Not April's Fools. I could have sworn I had it with me. I think it was Ginger Solo. Let me double check. Yes, it is Ginger Solo. Yeah,
Okay.
it was Ginger Solo because that was the episode in which they wanted to raise money so that they can get an Egyptian tomb. At least 1% of the Grippling's 10% of an Egyptian pyramid. So that's why. So yeah. All right. So let's go over to the next question. Okay. Here it is. Number 7. What does Courtney have an allergic reaction to, leading to Ginger to fill her in?
Lobster.
Yes, it is lobster. More specifically, it's like faux lobster. Do you remember the episode?
It's the episode where she have to meet the mayor's son.
That is
But I
correct.
don't know.
That is you're absolutely right. But do you remember the name of the episode?
Is it
No.
Courtney for a day?
No, it's not Courtney for a Day.
I know that's the premise. I'm just trying.
It is. Yes, it is the premise.
Not sure.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Kira, I can't hear you. What did you say?
I said I'm not sure.
Okay. The episode is Deja Vu.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also the episode where Hoodsie gets amnesia.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
right.
Okay, next question. What does the world's largest rat turn out to be in the county fair?
I have no idea.
Okay.
No idea.
The
I'm drawing a
answer,
blank.
the answer is a capybara.
Huh.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's like it's the world's largest indigenous rat. Do you remember that episode of the Wild Thornberrys in which like Debbie was like surprised that they had the burgers, and then Marianne says, "Oh, they're capybara burgers." And then Nigel says, "It's the world's largest indigenous rat," and then you saw a capybara running around. So, yeah, that's what exactly that they showed off in the county fair. It's like here's the world's largest rat, and it turned out to be a capybara. Do you
You've got
remember
a
what?
great memory.
I've been doing this for so long. It's like this stuff kind of it's kind of like stuck to me. But I mean, even then, I still had to like look through my brain. It's like, what was the episode where Carl had to get the predict things? It's like, oh, Ginger Solo. It's like, oh, I don't know, something. It's like I wish I could remember math like that.
Mhm.
Anyway, so do you guys remember what episode it was from?
Mm-mm.
No.
Mm-mm.
That would be Fair Too Cloudy, which fun fact, that was the last episode that actually aired on Nickelodeon before they moved it over to the Nicktoons network. I think I had mentioned that before.
Yeah, that's one I didn't see until internet, like
Yeah,
years
exactly.
and years later.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the first episode that I watched when, after the show had ended, I watched The Wedding Frame in 2010 on a DVD. And it's like, imagine me watching Fair Too Cloudy as my last episode and then jumping straight over to The Wedding Frame. That was a major change for me. It's like, it is so drastically different from what the show would be later on.
Isn't there like 2 episodes in between or 1 episode?
There's a few episodes in between. Like, I would say like at least a dozen, because that's a lot of the high school episodes right there.
That's right. I forget.
Yeah,
the
like,
last 8 were just
like
scattered.
exactly, like the last 8 episodes. I mean, you didn't have you didn't have a Stuff Will Kill Ya, you didn't have A Lesson in Tightropes, you didn't have Dodie's Big Break, you didn't have 10 Shares, you didn't have Detention, you didn't have Battle of the Bands. So you have to remember that this was before Ginger went into high school. So it's like Orion, you didn't know who he was, you didn't know who Buddy was. So it's like you go in there completely blind, and it's like completely confusing.
Mm-hmm.
So
I find it so funny that As Told by Ginger was treated so poorly, considering how it came out just 2 Nicktoons after SpongeBob.
I don't know what to tell you. It's like
It's awful.
It's like with Thad Komorowski and I, we were talking briefly about this before we recorded the Looney Tunes podcast. Is like, people no, we did talk about that in the Looney Tunes podcast, that SpongeBob was originally their B project and they thought that Cat Dog was going to be the next big hit. But look how that turned out.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like how Disney yeah, exactly. It's kind of like how Disney thought that Pocahontas was going to be the next big hit and Lion King was their B project. And look where that turned out.
Exactly. But
so yeah, like I said in that discussion, never underestimate the B projects.
No, and it just seems like maybe after they had their problems with Classically Chupo, they just like, because I noticed that with a couple other of their other projects too. They just kind of threw them by the wayside when they started having their problems.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like if you're not like SpongeBob level of success, it's like you don't even exist. Which is actually interesting, because did you see the cover of the new Nicktoons racing game? You know who's on the front of the cover? Lincoln Loud. SpongeBob is like tucked in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, man, did Nickelodeon make the jump already? It's like they're saying, yeah, SpongeBob is no longer our big hit anymore. It's like we have the Loud House now. It's unbelievable.
No, and also I found out this, I think through a friend of mine too. One of the people who voiced, I think it's the second youngest child, or like the prodigy on there.
Yeah.
She was actually on the Amanda Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was Kathy on the Amanda Show. And then she's also a child actor, because my mom had mentioned she was on a show in the 80s. So
sure. Yeah. I wouldn't be that wouldn't be too much of a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
I have to go, but I just wanted to thank you for having me on here, and it was nice meeting all of you guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Nice
So yeah, please, right before you go, once again, for those who are just coming into the stream, plug and promote your podcast.
Oh, it's called Rewind and Rewatch, and you'll find it on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, almost anywhere you get your podcast. Rewind and Rewatch, and spell out the and you'll see it with like these VHS tapes on the cover.
All right, yeah. Well, as soon as this stream is done, I'm definitely going to update everything in post. So, yeah, thank you so much, Kara, for coming on by. I really do appreciate
And
it.
thank you for having me. And I look
Absolutely.
forward to watching you guys tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just going to be a lot of fun. All right, so
Yeah.
take care.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye. Okay, so let's continue on with the quiz. So, next one. Let's see. Number 9. What does Carl use as a fake chin?
Fake what?
A fake chin.
The she. I don't know the word in English, but it's like
That's okay. Yeah,
a
it's
part.
it's right down here.
The part of choose female choose.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
He used like a part of choose.
Yes, it was a part of the shoe. Yeah, it is the shoe heel. Yes, that was a part of a shoe heel from Lois's. Yeah, it was a foot. It was a foot support for Lois. So yes, you're absolutely right. So, okay, and I guess I'm not gonna. I mean, unless you know the episode. Do you know the episode that it came from?
This is the episode of when Courtney mother is in the hospital.
Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. It is Mommy Nearest. All right. So, all right then. So, yeah, you got a point for the first question. So, all right, let's go over to the next one. Okay, so number 10? What is Ms. Zorsky's from Lucky Junior High's first name?
I don't know.
It is Eleanor. You're right.
Maybe in the Arabic version they didn't because
that's right. It would have been a
different.
It would have been a different name version, wouldn't it? Yeah, I guess that does.
No, it's the same. It's the same name, but I didn't think they mentioned because I watched this episode 10 times because I have this kind of teacher, so I love this episode.
Okay, that's fair enough. So do you guys remember the episode where that was mentioned?
Maybe Stuff Will Kill Ya?
You're absolutely right. It is Stuff Will Kill Ya.
Oh, wow. I actually remembered.
Yeah, that was when that's when Ginger met up with Miss Zorsky number 2. And then she found out that was her cousin. So you're absolutely right. Okay, so next question. What was the name of the school psychologist from Lucky Junior High? Sorry about that. I'm just getting a phone call. Okay, I'll respond to that later. Okay, so yeah, the answer. I guess you guys don't. All right, so
Blanking.
Yeah, it's blanking. So I think it's Dr. Feelgood. So I think that's what her name was. So I mean, yeah, it's like that is like the most obscure thing that you can think of. That's definitely the most obscure question so far, Norbert. Okay, so you remember what episode that was from?
She was gone.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. You're absolutely right, Abdul Mezid. It was from And She Was Gone. So yeah, very good. Okay. So number 12, who was the most popular girl in middle school when Joanne and David went? The most popular girl in middle school when Joanne and David Bishop went. We mentioned this earlier when she was, when Joanne went through that transformation.
Like I can picture the conversation. I just can't remember the name.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
The same thing.
I think, yeah, her name was Josie. It's like, oh, I want to be Josie. It's like I wanted to be the popular girl, and so she had the cornrows and the shirt. That is still hilarious, by the way.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
One of the funniest moments there, like just that's like the it's just one that out there for a midlife crisis
Yeah.
for a cartoon.
I know, like what? Okay, so next one. What does Mr. Licorice do at the pet talent show?
What?
The monkey. What did the monkey do at the talent show?
Something with symbols.
He
Not
was
symbols.
No, not symbols. No.
dancing with dancing when Brandon play.
Yes. What did he
Yes.
play with?
I don't know the word in English. It's
Okay, well, describe it.
it's hard.
It's a okay. Well, you're absolutely right. It is a musical instrument that he played. It was a piccolo. That's what it's called in English.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like a flute almost. So yeah, I'll give you that one, Abdulmez. Because you did get the right concept of the answer. So do you remember what episode that was from?
Where the episode where Ginger I don't remember. No.
It's fair. So yeah, that was Driven to Extremes, where Ginger gets the substitute teacher
right.
from hell,
Yeah.
Mrs.
Yes.
Grimley.
Yes.
Name.
Yes. Let's see. Number 14. Where did one of Lucky Junior High's cafeteria chefs previously worked?
Prison?
Yes, he did work at a prison. Okay, what episode was that revealed in?
I'm curious too to know because I didn't remember.
Yeah,
when
it's
that
like a
movie.
throwaway line somewhere. It's not really that important to the story, to be quite honest.
I think I'm blurring 2 episodes in my head, honestly.
Well, give it a shot.
Oh, geez. Oh, man. I'm blurring 2 premises, but I'm not remembering the episodes. Yeah.
Okay, it was Of Lice and Friends. That was when Dodie was she was announcing, she was making the school announcements, and then she mentioned about like how Chef Bob used to work at a prison, and that was the specialty or something.
Oh, okay, that was like that right then there. I saw that was her dream job, to out everyone's stuff, and broke up a couple in the process, and oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, number 15. How many camp rules did Ginger, Dodie, and Macy break at Camp Caprice?
14?
I think it was roughly around 13 or 14. So yeah.
I just remember them count. I remember her counting it was 12 or 13.
Yeah.
And then she said, and the last one for chewing gum, spit it out, Macy.
That's right. That's exactly what it was. And then there was like bonus points if you could answer all of them. It's like, I don't even know all of them.
Gosh, no.
I mean, it's like, I know that some of them involve with like, breaking out, during curfew and allowing
Sneaking
Darren
over
to sleep in the cot when he's the opposite sex and all that kind of stuff. But I can't even name all of them. So that's a stretch, Norbert. That's so okay. So that is it for the general questions. Now it's time for the who said it line. So I'm going to say a quote and you have to guess who said it. So here's the first. Okay, so here's number 1. And that doesn't mean 2:30 or 3 o'clock. I don't want my cranberry sauce getting runny.
Lois. No.
Close though. It's not Lois though.
Joanne?
No, it's not Joanne.
Ginger.
It's not Ginger.
Carl.
It's not Carl.
Oh shoot.
You're getting warmer though. Around the Ginger, like Lois line.
Dodie?
No, it's not Dodie.
No, it's not Dodie. That's not Dodie at all.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like Dodie.
No, that's not her at all.
Courtney.
It's not Courtney, but that's a good guess though.
Macy?
Think about it. Think cranberry sauce.
Maud? No, that's
it's not
Maud.
Maud was okay. I'll let you know. It's Jonas.
Oh,
because it was from the
oh,
Thanksgiving Day
shoot.
episode.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Oh,
Okay.
that's right.
Okay,
Shoot.
number 17. No, wait. Question number 17, question 2. You know what I mean. Okay, you didn't do this to avoid my cousin, did you?
Mrs. Zorsky,
Yes, it is Ms. Zorsky.
number 2.
Yeah. Well, Ms. Zorsky number 1 said it regarding what Ms. Zorsky number 2.
Oh, yeah,
Because that was from the episode Alyssa in Tightropes when Ginger got the appendicitis, and then Ms. Zorsky went to visit her, and she's like, "You're not doing this to avoid my cousin, are you?" And
Yeah.
she's like, "No, I legit got sick." So there's that. Okay,
Yeah.
so the next one. These were my only favorite shoes. Why didn't you throw up on hers or those?
Miranda.
It is
Yep.
Miranda. Very good. And do you remember what episode that was from?
I know for sure that was Gym Class Confidential.
It is Gym Class Confidential. Very good. I'll give you a bonus point for that one. Okay, number 19. Help me clear this furniture while you tell me about these S's.
Lois.
It's not Lois.
Ginger.
It's not Ginger.
Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, I'll repeat it again. Help me clear the furniture while you tell me about these S's.
Joanne?
It's not Joanne.
It's the new girl that have.
It's not the new girl. It's an established character.
Blanking.
Okay, you guys give up?
Yes.
It's Courtney. It is from the sleepover episode where she's like, where Ginger mentions about the 3 S's.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. That was a tough one, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so finally, this is the last one. Can we help it if we have Camp Spirit? Are we not supposed to spread it far so we can feel it?
Judy.
It's not Dodie.
Macy?
It is Macy.
Gosh, okay. I was thinking like her in panic mode.
Yes. Yes, indeed. All right, so that was the last one. And it was a very close game, but Courtney, you won.
What? Oh my
Yay.
gosh. I honestly thought I did not win at all.
Yeah,
So
but
I
no, that was fun.
blanking.
And thank you, Norbert, for the questions. Really do appreciate that one.
Yes.
All
Awesome
right,
job.
so yeah, let's continue on with our general discussion. So I'm going to check through the chat really quick. Awesome, everybody's participating, and we still have about a good sizable 30 plus viewers. So thank you so much for your amazing support. This is awesome. Yeah, let's go over to our next topic. So yeah, I definitely would like. This is something I'm actually going to ask the cast when I have them over tomorrow. But I want to know from you guys. Tell me about what your experiences were like at 12 years old.
Oh my gosh. Okay. And she was gone. Similar in the sense, kind of sort of nothing with robbing a bank at all. Nothing with robbing a sign.
Right.
Not gonna do that. I knew my family would kill me if I did that, but no.
Yeah.
But definitely someone who was trying to fit in
Mm-hmm.
to school and trying to be popular, but I was definitely more of the outcast. I went through bullying really bad at that time.
Yeah.
And then but I threw myself into writing. So and I was in the writing club my 7th grade year. So I definitely and she was gone. I was kind of writing more like the kind of fantasy-ish kind of storytelling kind of way. Nothing that alarmed anybody, thankfully, but it's just more so just trying to figure out stuff in my head and trying to figure out like, why am I such an outcast here? But thankfully it got better over time. Thank goodness there.
Yeah.
But it was definitely trying. That's why I was thinking, looking back and then also rewatching it, very much so that's how I resonated with the show more now. It's like I kind of was in parallel, like trying to figure out, didn't really fit in, yet there were some people who were considered popular or smart. They kind of were okay with me. So because I just happened to be one of the more advanced kids in school too, which I was picked on for that too. But
Yeah.
but then thankfully got better. Didn't care as much as what people would think. So
Okay. So anybody else want to share?
Well, I guess I'm kind of the odd one out here because I didn't really watch As Told by Ginger until I was actually like 15, 16, so I didn't know the show when I was 12. But when I watched As Told by Ginger,
No, I'm talking about you. No, you yourself. What were you like when you were 12?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I was, still living life happily. For me, 12 was actually the last good year of my life because after 2013, things got bad for me personally, and then a bunch of world crap started to happen too, and yeah, it wasn't really fun. But I was happy for the most part when I was 12. I was enjoying life. I was, coming up with new ideas to entertain myself. I was into whatever was new and cool and popular. I had the best friends. And, I really am glad that, despite my current life not being the best, I had the most awesome childhood.
Mm-hmm. That's great. So I'm actually curious about you, Abdulmez. What were you like at 12 years old?
For me, it's like very different from the show. Maybe like bullying episode or the relationship with friends, but in general, the life is much different because it's not like America,
Right.
even the school itself. But for me, as personal life, I was happy,
Mm-hmm.
but I suffer like the problems that any like school bullying or relationship with friends. But maybe because like my country suffering from war, so it's
Right,
when
right.
you have this stuff you like don't care about. So maybe I was when I was at that age, I was thinking of future because we didn't went through a normal school because school someday off, someday on because the war and conflict in my country. But as 12 years old, how I much related to the show is I much related to the show when I grow up now. I don't know, but like when I finished my high school and entered the, I really related to the butterfly of free how you have to
Yeah.
choose your subject and have you have to leave your friends in. But in general, I don't. I enjoy the show, but not relate to it. I relate to strongly to some episode, but not most of them because I'm from different culture, different religion, different lifestyle, and but in general, my life is happy, even that I live in war. And at that time till now.
Yeah, I guess that would be very interesting because especially if you're from another country, you would have a vastly different experience compared to, what they portray in the show. So it's kind of hard to like gravitate to. I mean, obviously there are some exceptions, but yeah, for the most part, it is geared towards a specific audience for a specific country. So yeah, that's actually pretty interesting for sure. And now myself, um, I was probably the, what they called the genius, but even then that was not exactly called like a compliment. I still was kind of like made fun of. I was not, I mean, I was still kind of like awkward and trying to find myself. Um, I like I said before, I felt like I couldn't really truly find myself until I went to college for the first time. I Well, I mean, I was just getting past the point in elementary school where I was being constantly bullied. So I was hoping that I would find myself in middle school. And well, I kind of did because my circumstances in middle school was a little bit different than most people. I actually went to a special middle school where there was only like a handful of teachers and a handful of students where we got like extra attention, for like grades and various things. And I just thought that my experiences was vastly different from what I knew about everybody else. Like, we would have like special field trips, and we would get like extra attention with school assignments, and we had therapy in case we needed it. So there was that. And also, I think around my preteen years was yeah, I think I was slowly getting into my anime phase where I was kind of like really into it. And also, like, I remember that my cousin brought in like the first Resident Evil for the PlayStation, and I really started gravitating more to video games because I didn't own a console myself until like maybe a little later in my childhood when I had like Sega Genesis as a hand me down for my cousin, and then I got the Game Boy later on. Um, which that Game Boy Color that I did in the April Fool's Day episode when I was promoting the All That video, that's actually an old Game Boy that actually my sister got from the late 90s that happened to still have the copy of Rugrats Totally Angelica. So yeah, that's her stuff. That's not mine. But no, it still works, by the way. I just so happened to like pretend that I was playing with it while there was like a whole bunch of things going on in the background, which that's actually pretty interesting. But the other girls that I knew of, like when I was like a preteen in like the late 90s, like they were into like Friends, and they were watching things like Seventh Heaven and Party of Five and all those shows that I just clearly didn't care too much about. But yeah, I was just like, that kid who just loved watching, shows that were not toward my demographic. And I like things that I didn't really get, know a lot of people who were into. I liked a different type of music. While all the girls were listening to the Spice Girls, I was listening to Red Hot Chili Peppers. And when all the girls were watching, Friends and all that kind of stuff, I was like tuning into watching Sailor Moon. Well, I didn't watch Sailor Moon anymore because that was when I did the move. But I think I was watching Dragon Ball Z or something. And I think this was like before a Toonami came along. So like I watched what little anime was around. I think Pokemon was actually starting to become really popular. I think I remember that now because in middle school, that was when I knew so many people who were into Pokemon. And I think I got my Pokemon craze in there as well, which not a lot of girls were into. I think the girls liked Pikachu, but they didn't really exactly play through the games. They just watched the anime. I actually saw, I think I mentioned this in the Pokemon podcast, that I actually did go to see Pokemon the movie in theaters as a field trip. And I had like a whole bunch of cards that, they gave us as opposed to like just one card, if you go in there. So, but yeah, I was just like, as a 12-year-old, I was just like, I was the awkward person. I mean, like today I would be considered normal, but back then it was just like I was the weird one. I wasn't into the stuff that everybody else liked. So yeah, that's me.
Very similar.
Huh?
I just want to ask you that what's happened in As Told by Ginger, it's really in America? Is that the popularity issue, is that important for students in this age?
Ooh, that's a really good question. Now, here's the thing. Now, because, I haven't been to middle school or elementary school in this day and age, I generally don't know what middle school life is for a kid or a teenager in 2020. So I can only tell you what I know from experience, like, as a middle schooler who went to middle school from, 1997 through 2000. So I can only tell you that kind of experience. As for like, a modern equivalent, I mean, I'm sure that popularity would still be kind of known, like wanted, but I guess it depends because I don't know. That's a really good question because, when I went to middle school, there wasn't any social media. We had no Facebook, we had no Twitter, we had no MySpace wasn't even a thing. Yeah, I know. The only thing we had was like AOL Instant Messenger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's all we had. So that was the, I mean, like I couldn't imagine like, being cyberbullied or something. So I genuinely don't know. I mean, if anybody who is like at that age, what is being a middle school student like? I mean, is popularity still matter? I'm sure it does, but I'm sure the circumstances of it are way different from when I went to school.
Oh yeah, I can attest from like going because when I went to middle school, it was like mid to late 2000s.
Yeah.
MySpace was just coming out. I wanted one. Thank goodness my mom didn't make me have one because I would. It. She always said you're gonna end up talking to random people that are gonna come and get you on the street. So that's
That's the
what she
same
did.
reason why I couldn't get AOL Instant
Yeah,
Messenger.
exactly. But no, with me, thankfully but social media still wasn't prevalent as big. So, and it wasn't as big as prevalent. So that aspect really didn't have to affect me. But just from I know, because I have a ton of younger cousins, and just from what I've heard from them, and the youngest really is now like she's just starting she's just in the middle of high school. But from what I've
Okay.
heard so far from them, is that social media is much more prevalent. You do have more popularity if people follow you more online.
Okay, that does make a lot more sense.
Exactly. And like if you're like you have all the modern social media sites, then you're more popular. If people like you, if you dress this time, if you like things that I think it's the still if you are still liking things that people really don't know about, or you're just not acting normal in their standards, you're considered weird.
Okay, so it is still the same standards. The only difference is that we have social media.
Yeah, which I think makes it a little bit more harsher.
It is.
Makes it a little bit more tougher, and it kind of makes it a little bit more isolating at the same time, because people not only gang up on you at school, they gang up on you online, and they make it harder for you to breathe in a way. Like, because back when I was going to school, I at least had my home. I could breathe, get away from all that, didn't have to deal with it. Kids nowadays don't have that.
No, they don't, because even if you were to come home, you still will be interacting with those people online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it just
For
makes
me,
it harsher.
For my country, is not popularity is not an issue at all, because we don't have this. So I'm really curious about that. Why I ask it? Because in my country, what the boys and girls who are like have a privilege or are like more preferred, who have higher grades. If you like a straight A student, you like your teacher will love you.
Sure.
Your student will be like something jealous, but we don't care at all about your dress or how many followers you have, or because we see these things dump the community and society at all. So it's
Yeah,
not
I definitely I
issue.
definitely do understand that for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I have to add in some notes about my middle school experience.
Yeah.
So I attended middle school between 2012 to 15.
Yeah.
And after 6th grade, I actually moved to a different town in the same state.
Mhm.
And I used to go to Catholic schools, which, had a more laid back atmosphere with lesser kids. And I was more so friends with everybody, which was really nice. But
Mhm.
after I moved, the reason my life became crap was because, going to public schools, that really took a toll on me, because people, instead of, being nice to me and cooperating with me, they would make fun of me for not liking SpongeBob compared to other Nickelodeon shows, ironically enough.
Interesting.
And it's like, if you're not gonna sit down and get to know me and you're just gonna make fun of me, I'm just gonna focus upon myself. And that's what I did. I left halfway through my senior year of high school with an NDA between me and my school district because of how bad things were. And I'm really hoping that once next year comes and once COVID goes away, I can finally get my life back together, and, I never had to worry about that bad era of my life again.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I definitely want to wrap things up, but if you guys have any questions to ask about me or regarding about the show, then, ask away.
I have a question here for everybody. What is your least favorite character on the show? Because mine, it ranges in seasons.
Okay.
Because with me, I think all the way around, I was not a big fan of Dodie's mom. Not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that, because she was just too much. Season 1, I did not. Of course, it was Miranda, because I didn't like how she was acting.
Yeah.
But it changed I like Dodie, but she became less of a favorite later on, especially after Wicked Game.
Yeah.
Wicked Game was, I was just, if you are your friend, like you say that's your friend, you'd be, and Macy disappointed me, but Macy kind of redeemed herself in a bit.
Yeah, sure.
Whereas Dodie didn't. It was more of, if that's your friend, you be supportive. Like you back them up. You do not, just because you want to be with them. It's called balance. And Ginger was trying to balance it.
Okay.
But season 3, Darren went from okay character to, after the whole situation, nope.
Yeah.
Went down
Baby Speaks is actually asking a very similar question that you asked. Least favorite adult, least favorite teen, least favorite kid.
Oh, now kid, it was probably Blake half the time because of the fact that he acted just too spoiled, in my opinion.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
For me, I would say least favorite kid. I don't know, because there's no many. I don't hate Blake because I think he want to be friends with Carl and Hotzi,
Sure.
but they
True.
don't give him a chance. For a teen, I will probably say Dudi for all season.
Okay.
Maybe I would rather be with Miranda
Wow.
than
Wow.
Dudi. Because Miranda is not a friend. She's never been a friend for Ginger. She is like normal person who's just jealous, and we don't know much about Miranda backstory.
That is true. We
Why
don't.
she is.
True.
But Judy, she is from the beginning, when the episode where she became the one who makes the announcement. She just a selfish person, and she make a lot of mistakes and a lot of mistakes throughout the season. Doggy Big Break or the Wicked Game, or
Yeah.
how she always care about popularity. She never support her friends, and I don't love people. I don't. For me, in real life, I hate so much people who are just. I don't know how to say, but the people who just want to be like the others. I love the people who are trusting themselves,
Yeah.
who do.
Yeah.
So I think Dude is my worst character.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
for
What
all
about the adult?
season. The adult, I will say maybe I will not say Duty mother, because I think uh, 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 Duty mother is not is normal mom. It's not normal mom, but like she have a lot of aspects. She thought she sometimes seem annoying,
Yeah.
but if we just make exception for the episode where she back to high school and want to be popular, I
Okay.
think she's act like a normal mom who want to save her kids. Because if I have a kid uh, playing with Carl, I probably will I will not allow him to play with Carl because it's weird, and
Okay.
it's not. So
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I probably would say, I don't know, my least favorite adult.
Okay, fair enough. What about you, Zara? What do you got?
I guess for kid, I'll go with Blake because I don't know who else to choose. Adult, probably Dodie's mom because you could be a bit snarky at times.
Okay.
And for least favorite teen, I'll go with Sasha because
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say that, by the way.
Oh, how did I forget Sasha? Okay, yeah. You know what? That trumps it right then there beforehand. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
You stole my answer.
he
Yeah.
disappointed me. Very much so.
Okay. Yeah, so no question there. Sasha is actually my least favorite character in a, teen character in As Told by Ginger, because I already complained so much about Sasha in Summer of Camp Caprice. He's one of the reasons why I don't even like the TV movie, which is a very unpopular opinion, but you know what? It's okay. As for kid, it's very hard to say. I know a lot of people say Brandon, but sure, Brandon's annoying, but you can tell from his backstory about like how controlling his parents are, and it's kind of sad. But yeah, Blake is definitely like really, I would say Blake is really annoying. Like, oh, you're just this pompous rich kid. It's like, that's it. As for adult, it's very hard to say because I know it's easy to put Joanne in there, but I just don't like Mrs. Dave. I hate Dr. Dave's mom. She is just so mean.
Yeah.
Either that or, there was also like Mrs. Grimley, the substitute teacher, was also terrible. Ms. Zorsky number 2 is so strict. It's just, I would say either one of those people for sure. That's a good question, Courtney, and thank you, Baby Speaks, for the additional stuff as well. Any other questions that you guys have?
I don't really have a question, but could I give some closing thoughts maybe first?
Absolutely. That's how we're going to end it off, with closing thoughts.
Okay, beautiful.
Anyway, does anybody else have any further questions?
What is your worst episode?
My worst episode of As Told by Ginger, I mentioned this in my top 10 As Told by Ginger's episode list. I said that my least favorite episode is Battle of the Bands. And the reason why is because everything about that episode just infuriated me, with Ginger trying to help Macy get the high school band back. And the only reason why the band shut down was because they needed the additional money so that they can be able to get stain-proof uniforms for Darren's football team. And then Darren acts like a complete jerk about it. And then Macy's like, oh, how are we going to get the band back together? And then Ginger's like, I'll help you out with it. But in reality, she's not doing it to help Dodie. She's doing it to get revenge on Darren for breaking her up with Simone. So yeah, and then the whole thing about Carl and Hoodsey about like, oh, Carl wants to get back to his schemes and he's like being pressured to do it. And it just ends up being such a bad episode. And, like it just happens with, Carl trying to, do a prank, and then the prank ended up backfiring, and it ended up with Courtney getting the shaft. And just the whole episode ended on a cop-out. And it's like, this episode accomplished nothing. Like, they never bring it up in the series because it's the third to last episode of the entire series, because after this is 10 Chairs, which is very important because it's the episode where Jonas comes together with the family and then Carl accepts him. And then finally there's the wedding frame. And they never bring in this episode up again. It's completely pointless. And I know a lot of people say Wicked Game is bad, but I mean, I just find it as like wasted potential, and it did get me angry, but not as angry as Battle of the Bands. That episode just infuriated me.
I just want to say that I think like maybe you hate episode because like she something bad in it, but like I think the most thing that I love about shows is it's real. It's like this situation happened in real life. Yeah, it could happen that how because we don't live in perfect world.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's realistic episodes, but for me, my worst episode probably would be the episode after Wicked Game. I just tell now
the Easter ham.
I don't understand how they back together as a friend.
Yeah, I asked Emily the same question when I had her on We're in Between, and she was like, well, friends, sometimes they forgive each other just as quickly. And I'm sorry, Emily, I don't agree with you. It's like there needs to be closure. I mean, yeah, I mean, I know that she's the creator of the show and all that kind of stuff, but still, it's like that's one thing that I definitely do not agree on. Yeah. But
because it's not the show is always realistic.
Exactly.
It is not normal that a girl like Ginger still forgive her friend, and at least forgive her without showing us how that happened.
Oh, hold on. We have actually another guest with us, so let's let them into the show. Hello. How are you doing there today? Oh, he's connecting. Hold on.
I will say real quick, I do second you with Battle of the Bands being the worst. It just feels like a filler episode. Easter Ham is a very close second because of that. Like, I don't know how they became friends again so quick. Because a couple episodes later, Courtney mentions it too. Like, your friends betrayed you.
Yeah.
So I second those.
Sure. Anyway, we actually have another guest joining us. So why don't you introduce yourself?
Oh, hey, hold on. Let me turn my.
Yeah, go. Take your time.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How you guys?
We're doing good. Yeah, we were just discussing about like least favorite episodes of As Told by Ginger. But no, for those who don't know who you are, why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay. I'm ToonrificTariq. I do a lot of like I consider my channel like a animation appreciation channel.
Mm-hmm.
And I did a retrospective on As Told by Ginger. It was at October 2019.
Yeah.
And in doing that, like a lot of the retrospectives that I do, I always kind of look to see like what everybody else did, and like just so I don't say the same points, or to see if like people did it better than I could.
Yeah.
And that's how I found you and like your podcast and like all like your Ginger content. It's funny
Yeah.
that you're talking about like worst episodes, because I watched yours to kind of verify my feelings on a lot of them, because some I kind of felt like, okay, fans probably love this, but I don't like it for some reason. But then when I saw that you didn't like a lot of them, I was like, okay. All right.
Yes, you're not the only person who doesn't like said episode of this thing.
It was really validating for sure.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, everybody has their opinion on some things. Like, you know, I mentioned in Where in Between that I didn't like Of Lice and Friends, but then people were like, I like that episode because I related to lice. And it's like, I had lice too, and I hated it. So I don't know. So anyway, but yeah, if any of you guys in the chat have any questions for Tariq, you know, let him know. But yes, we were just, I was just, we were just going through a lot of things. I know that you came in a little late, but I know that you were busy working. But yeah, we were just going through a lot of things. Like we just finished looking through the Wayback Machine and looking at the official Klasky Chupo website from
so cool.
from As Told by Ginger, what it looked like back in 2003 or something.
So it's probably like really gross, really just like
I can pull it up if you want me to.
Yeah, I would love to see that actually.
Yeah. Okay. While I do that. Anyway, so if anybody else want to discuss about least favorite episodes of Ginger, then go for it. I'm gonna pull up the website.
Okay. I really hate Wicked Game.
Yeah. That's definitely an episode a lot of people hate.
I was so mad. I couldn't even. Yeah, it was weird because like I talk about it a little in the video, but like the show like amazed me at just how well it establishes like, no, these are real people and everything that happens to them affects them in real ways, and they grow, and if something happens, they'll talk about it later, they'll bring it up later. And I don't know what it was with that one. Like, I don't know if like it was like some kind of like, I don't know, weird sequencing thing, or maybe they just kind of, because I kind of feel that way about the last few of the show. Like, it does this thing that I've never seen before, where it skips around. Like, what's Ginger's last boyfriend's name?
Orion.
Are you talking? Yeah, Orion. But
Orion.
Yeah, like we don't even know what his last name is.
Right. And there's like, there's Ginger and Darren break up, and then there's a little bit after that, and then like we meet Orion, but at first he's just part of the band, and then like it skips a little while, and then they're dating. Like there isn't like oh, I have feelings for you, let's do this episode.
Yeah, I mean they briefly kind of bring it up like around Kiss Today Goodbye, in which when, you know, Darren is definitely leaning more towards Simone, and Darren is like less interested in Ginger. But then Ginger and Orion are just hanging out a lot just because they're part of the band, not because they like each other.
Right.
I guess because that Ginger's heart was broken. It's like Orion was the one who visited her in the hospital in A Lesson in Tightropes. And I guess because he showed up, but Darren never showed up, and then he wrote the letter that was never completed. It's like Ginger, I guess, was still kind of heartbroken by it.
Yeah. I didn't even really think about it like that, but they definitely sprinkle him around.
Yeah.
So I guess like on a rewatch, you can see them trying to establish what his role will eventually be.
Yeah, exactly. Like they do kind of hint about like Ginger and Darren's decline in their relationship in episodes such as Heat Lightning and then Fair Too Cloudy, and then when you see him go to high school and he's like really popular and he's the buff guy who plays football and he has the Patterson lineage, and it's like, oh, I can see why Darren decided to become the character that he did.
Yeah.
Anyway, Cool Paul's 96 says, is Tariq and Old School Lane going to do a collaboration on As Told by Ginger? I'd love if you guys collaborate. I don't think there's any point to it because we both did this As Told by Ginger. So
Yeah.
I don't think there's not much that we can cover together unless we would do like, I'm sure if there was something else, but
Right.
as for Ginger, no, I've already exhausted Ginger as it is. I mean, I mean, other than this panel that I'm doing tomorrow, I literally have nothing else. So
you've done with As Told by Ginger. You've done more with As Told by Ginger than I've seen anybody else do with any show. Like
I really appreciate it, even though that I wasn't the first person who did it. I mean, like other people before me have done it. So it's like, I don't know. It's like I was just doing it because it was something that I felt needed more attention. And I don't know. I guess I decided to just stick with it. I mean, I did the As Told by Ginger month because it was the 15th anniversary, and I knew Nickelodeon was never going to. Well, technically, I was wrong because they did release the pilot episode, and then they released a few other episodes on Nick Splat, now called Nick Rewind. So it's like,
so that's why they did that.
Yeah, that's why they did that. Yeah, but. As for, I mean, that was like a complete coincidence because it's like the day that I released the first video of my As Told by Ginger month from pilot to final product, it's like the day that I released it was the day that they released like the day before they released the pilot episode for the first time, and it's like I had no idea that they were going to do this, so I didn't do it. It's like, oh, I just did it because it was the 15th anniversary and I thought that they were never going to do anything about it.
So what happened? The show used to be on Amazon, right?
Yeah, it was. It used to be on Amazon, and it also used to be on iTunes. Remember Nick Rewind when it used to be an Apple, like it used to be on iTunes. Yeah, that's what they called Nick Rewind back then. In which like it was like a division on Apple. Like if you were to download like various episodes, like I think when they still had iTunes of like various Nicktoons, you get to download like certain episodes for a few dollars. Like I remember when they had the pack. I think when the 3 original Nicktoons celebrated their 25th anniversary, I think that they released the first episode of Ren and Stimpy, the first episode of Rugrats, and the first episode of Doug on iTunes for free. I still have it, by the way, and those things have been removed long ago.
Wow.
I know, it's insane. Like, I have no idea how I still can hold it. I can still watch the first episode of Ren and Stimpy and Rugrats on my phone, even though it's like they are not even available anymore. I have no idea how that's going to work. But I think that I looked through the Amazon reviews, actually, and I think that some countries still have that option, but, I think most of them don't. And it's like, it's very weird because you would think that there would be, they would release it on Amazon Prime for you can purchase it, but no, you can't. It's like the only way you can is if you actually did purchase it on iTunes back in 2008. But no, I mean, you have to look really long and hard to find it.
As Told by Ginger and Arabic are all, the most of episodes are available on YouTube.
I don't even have that option. Like I said, crazy. I really need to watch more of
and
Ginger in
it's
other
very
countries.
good quality. It's very good quality and same voice, it's same in Arabic, but it's in Arabic.
That's interesting. Like I said, I really want to check it out.
Yeah, I get comments a lot. People asking me like, "Oh, where can I watch this?" And
I get the same comments too. It's like, where did you get this? It's like you just have to look hard. It's like I know it's. I know a lot of people, they say, look through Dailymotion and stuff like that. It's like, no, you have to look even deeper than that.
Yeah, I know Dailymotion has the pilot. I know you can watch.
Yes, they do have the pilot. Yeah. And they do have some episodes, but they're like in backward. They're like in reverse or something, and it looks terrible.
Yeah, it's that Dailymotion have all the episodes, but they are awkward to watch. Not same quality.
No, it's not.
Changed, but all episodes are available.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now I know that CBS All Access, they've partnered because Nickelodeon is under Viacom.
Yeah.
And Viacom, CBS, Viacom, I forget how they go.
Yeah, they merged. That's what happened.
Yes. And now a lot of old Nickelodeon shows like Avatar Last Airbender, Rugrats, Cat Dog, they're all on CBS All Access.
Yes, they are.
So, and I think they're slowly acquiring things. I hope that, and I would write into it, honestly, into the CEO of the company, if they can, because they have a lot of classic Chupo stuff on
They
there
do.
so far. So I'm hoping, like, I would write into them, like, you would be investing if you got, as told by Ginger, if you were to acquire the rights and put them on your streaming service, because
Sure.
a lot of people would pay to watch the show and a
Yeah.
lot of other things. And so, and I hope they do that hopefully one day. 'cause
Yeah,
that would help
here's
a
the
lot of people.
thing. Like, I mean, here's the thing. I think they are trying to do the Disney Plus thing. It's like with Disney Plus, you can only go to one source. But if you want to watch a Nickelodeon show, you either have to go to Netflix, Hulu, or CBS Access.
Mhm.
And then there's also Pluto TV.
Oh, yeah.
And there's, I mean,
And Pluto TV is owned by CBS as well. So.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's kind of confusing. It's like, you can watch some shows on some of the streaming services, but not all. And I know that CBS Access pretty soon is going to be reemerged into Paramount Plus because that's an original name. But
I know, like, because they also now own Paramount. That I think they just acquired the rest of the stake, or at least a good chunk of the majority.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Viacom and Paramount, they've always kind of like been together. I mean, that's how a lot of their movies were distributed.
Okay, yeah. Where I grew up, I remember when King's Dominion was owned by Paramount. That's when, and that was like peak time of King's Dominion down, because it's down in Virginia. So,
Yeah.
and so Kings Island's like a cousin of them in Ohio. But King's Dominion back in the early 2000s, it was Paramount, and it was like everything. I think they had like even a Ginger character there.
No kidding.
I think so. I have to remember and I have to look back at pictures. I stopped going like in 2005, and the year afterwards, Paramount dropped. They ended their run with Paramount. So, and then they switched. I forget who they switched with, but it's, to me, from what I've heard too, it's good rides, but not the same quality. It's not the same nostalgic feel.
Sure, I can understand that.
No, I remember. Yeah, I think they had a Ginger person. I have to look back, but I know they had like all the Rugrats. They had SpongeBob. They had everything, and they had different. They didn't have a ride based on Ginger.
I wouldn't think so, because what kind of ride would you have on Ginger?
Yeah, no, I don't think they did. Yeah, exactly. But I'm pretty sure there was characters.
I could see characters, but yeah, that would be kind of interesting. Like, what kind of attraction would you get for Ginger? Would it be kind of like maybe like a freak show kind of thing, like they did for Hope, Fair to Cloudy, in which they have like the freak show attraction, and then it turned out to be a disappointment?
That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, I just remember certain things that, because they had the 3D SpongeBob experience there, and that was trippy. That was that was like. It was like a trip on there. It was fun for an 8-year-old.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I could definitely see that.
Oh yeah, but it was interesting there. So, but yeah, no, with Paramount now emerging, because they're now changing the network on cable as well. Like, they dropped all of their reality shows. They're changing a lot of different things because they're going into movies. But no, CBS All Access, now almost Paramount Plus, they would make a great investment putting Ginger on there.
Yeah, that would be a nice investment. I mean, I don't know if it'll get the same, major resurgence that Avatar got when it was brought back to Netflix and various streaming service, but you know what? I mean, anything could happen.
Yeah. It's one of those shows, people look upon it like extremely fondly, and it's like in this age where like everybody wants to watch the whole thing at all in one sitting. It's like the perfect show for that, because that's how I consumed it. I just watched it all night.
Yeah, that would be the perfect binging show, because the story continues.
Yeah, exactly. And that's like the perfect marketing tool they can use. Like, okay, if someone's from CBS Viacom's watching now, like, please take our considerations in. Like,
completely doubt anybody from CBS is watching me.
I doubt it, but like, they need to consider that, because you put that on there. I know they're still acquiring things, but it would help, because now, especially with COVID, everyone's binging. Yeah, everyone's watching. Everyone's into nostalgia so much. Invest.
Yeah, invest for sure. All right, let's. Anyway, I finally found the website, by the way. So let's take you back, Tariq, to the magical year of the 2000s. So what I'm going to show you is the official Klasky Csupo website, where they featured As Told by Ginger. So here you go. This is what it is.
Oh, I knew it. It's gross.
Anyway, unfortunately, by normal means, you cannot log into it because the website is no longer exists. So I had to go to the Wayback Machine to get it. But yes, this is the official Klasky Chupo website where they featured As Told by Ginger. So we just we looked through it a while ago, and we looked through like all the characters, and we were reading through their character descriptions. We looked through the games. The Ginger fashions doesn't work, unfortunately. But yeah, there's basically like you have all the characters listed right over here. Actually, the ones that we looked through were Ginger, Macy, Miranda, Mr. Licorice, and Lois, and Noelle.
Miranda, and Courtney.
And Courtney, yes. So why don't you choose a character?
You didn't do Darren, right?
No, we never did Darren.
Let's see Darren.
Okay, so let's take a look at Darren.
Oh, they got the.
Okay, so yeah, the season 2 look, not the season 1 look. Okay.
Oh, that's mainly what I wanted to see Darren for. I'm like, which one did they put?
I know.
Yeah.
I guess to be fair, I guess they wouldn't have done the season 3 look. So fair enough. Yeah. Okay, Darren Patterson is one of Ginger's best friends. Since he lives next door to her, Ginger trusts him as much as Dodie and Macy, since she's known him for practically her entire life. Darren used to wear orthodontia headgear, which made him a bit insecure, especially since his big brother Will is a big man on campus as the local high school, and Darren had to live not only in his shadow, but deal with his headgear and braces. Since having them removed, however, his social status has changed. He briefly dated Miranda and has recently realized that he may be in love with the red-headed girl who lives next door. So obviously they are hinting at with Far From Home or Fountains on Ice, in which, he starts falling in love with Ginger. So it definitely does lean more towards season 2 information with him. Well, all the other ones definitely lean more to like either season 1, never past season 3, because if you look for
Noelle.
Except for Noelle, because they did mention about her telekinetic powers, and that was mentioned in Far From Home. So I guess that's as far as they went, because everybody else, it just kind of like stuck. So I mean, if you look through the episode guide, which we didn't even look through the descriptions, we were just like looking to see how far it went. It makes it all the way up into Wicked Game. I guess Klasky Chupo never updated it up to that point.
Okay, so that explains why Darren's is the way that it is. Exactly,
yeah. So they never mention about how he and Ginger dated, or that most of the season 3 characters are not even in here. So there's no Simone, there's no Orion, there's no Buddy, which I don't expect Buddy to be in there. But even with season 2 characters that would be important are not even in here. Like for example, Dr. Dave's not even in there.
Oh wow.
And Mipsy's not in it.
Jonas isn't in it.
Jonas isn't in it. You're right. Jonas is not in it either. Neither are Dodie's parents. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Anyway, so yeah, we were just looking through the games right here. We were looking through like the Would You Rather game. We did the Klasky Chupo trivia, the rock, paper, scissors, which is the worst thing that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. It is like the most bare bones thing you could imagine. It's just like, click on a picture, you win. That's it.
Wait, no.
I'm serious. Way. I'm gonna pull it up right now. So yeah, rock, paper, scissors. So when let me ask you something. When have you ever seen rock, paper, scissors in As Told by Ginger? Never. Correct.
No.
Like what? When is that? No, absolutely not. Okay, here we go. Rock, paper, scissors. Choose one.
Let's do paper.
Paper. Carl chose paper. It's a draw. Go again.
What?
That's exactly what I said.
All right, let's do scissors.
Scissors. Carl chose scissors. It's a draw. Go again.
Come on, Carl. Let's do scissors again.
Scissors again. Carl chose rock. You lost.
Oh, come on, Carl.
You see? Yeah, this game sucks.
It did.
Like this is, I mean, I know that this is the Klasky Chupo website. It's not the Nickelodeon website, right. Which I don't think even the Nickelodeon website had any Ginger games. I mean, maybe they did. I don't know. But this is the most bare bones, embarrassing thing that you can put on there for a game. Like, it's embarrassing. Anyway, but I those were the only ones that we looked up. Let me see. Actually, I'm actually curious about like drawing the Ginger cast because I actually do have some of the concept art from the storyboard artist. So I actually want to see how this one looks. So drawing lessons. Learn how to draw your favorite as told by Ginger cast member. Just click the icons below.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this ought to be interesting. So yeah, choose a character. Anybody.
Who wants to pick?
Yeah, pick somebody.
Macy.
Macy. Okay, let's do Macy. Yes,
I love Macy.
Okay, how to draw Macy Lightfoot. With her glasses and hair, Macy is one of the hardest of the Ginger group to draw, but don't let that stop you. With practice, you'll get it right. So begin with the basic outline. Add details to the face, teeth, and hairline. Outline the dress. Further detail her face. Then draw the dress. Draw the detail and the hair and the ears. Detail the legs, and then you're done. Yeah, so this definitely looks akin to something like the concept art for, you know, like when they would like practice things, but this does look very basic though. It doesn't go in depth with it like if you would you know, to do like real concept art.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, no, aside from like maybe the construction that they do to draw Macy, it doesn't really like teach you much.
Yeah. Which you know, now that you know we got okay, so let's go over to another character. So let me just click on that. Okay, so somebody else choose another character.
Let's look at Miranda.
All right, let's look at Miranda. All right. Okay, so a very similar thing, except that you know, obvious. Okay, wow. First of all,
yeah, what are they doing?
Yeah, what is this? Like, you can definitely tell that they are like the body obviously is like every single one of them has the same exact body, but the way that it's drawn here, it looks like a doll. It doesn't look like a full-fledged character. Like, wow. I don't know what to say about this. Like, I get it that, you know, you draw like all these things, but like if you were to like legitimately draw this from scratch, like how would you be able to like add all this detail in? I mean, I'm not an artist, but I mean, even I wouldn't have any ease on drawing all these things.
Yeah,
but.
they added some things that like you wouldn't necessarily need to just do like a straightforward Miranda, like just by looking at this.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Even like in the construction in the first three, like they added like her bust. It's like you don't even see the rest of the drawings. You don't even need
to add it. Yeah. And it's not even protruding her shirt. So it's like you have these two circles there, but you don't even show the circles. I don't know. Yeah, anyway. Okay. Okay, so next person. So Zara, Courtney, you choose next.
Let's just go with Hoodsy.
Hoodsy would be interesting. Let's take a look at that.
It's a lot of shapes.
Yeah, a lot of shapes, a lot of circles. Yeah, definitely the same thing, except that there's a lot of circles in this one.
Why did they draw his hair?
Well, I mean, obviously, I mean, yeah, I know. Like, I know that you have to put the detail in there because he's wearing the hood, but yeah, like, I guess it would kind of look weird if it was bald, knowing that we know that Hoodsy has hair.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, like, definitely the thing that would be the most detailed would definitely be the hood, though. All right, then. All right, I'll go next. Let's see. I want to see how you draw Carl. Let me see that one. Okay, so let's see. The same thing, basic shapes. His body looks like a pear.
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that they have. I know the term pear shape, but this is like literal. Let's see what we got. Like look at the hair. Look at the way that the hair is drawn. It's like it's plastered in it. It's not like it's full. It's not like natural. Let's see what else. Do you have? Let's see.
I'm not used to like normal body shape, Carl. Like it happens a few times in the show, but like it's just like I'm so used to like baggy clothes.
Yeah, baggy clothes, Carl. Yeah, you don't see. I mean, you see Carl in his underwear and various other things like a few times, but that's for the most part, that's what it looks like. Yeah. Actually, while we're on that subject, I guess I'll show you guys another little preview. I actually did show the concept art of Noelle Sussman earlier, yeah, courtesy of Bob Dever, who is the character designer. So I guess I'll do show some other art. Let me see what art I can showcase. Okay, this one is actually, let me see which one I can showcase. Oh yeah, this one will actually be a good one. So this one is actually from a storyboard artist that I interviewed a while ago, Darren McGowan. So he was the one who did the storyboards for the most part of seasons 2 and 3. So I think if I'm going to look through this, yes, I found it. Okay, so I'm going to show you the dream scene from Carl, Hoodsey, and Noelle from the episode Butterflies Are Free, which, if you guys know, is a reference to the Red Room from Twin Peaks, which in his interview with me, he said that he was heavily influenced from Twin Peaks when it was out on DVD, and he asked Eric Casimiro, the executive producer, if he can put it into the show, and he said yes. So I will be showing it tomorrow, but, as a little preview, you know what, I'll show it for you guys. So let me just pull it up really quick. So let me see if I can find it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let me just pull it up right here. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so let's start off with the scene right here. So these are the actual storyboards from the episode, from the movie, I meant. So okay, so we have fade to black. We have Polly squawking, and then it fades out with Carl, like, he's slowly waking up. So let's go over to page 7. Okay, really cool. So he wakes up. Yeah. Hoods. I got chest hair, as well you should. We're adults. Now there's hair everywhere. Look at my ears. But we're 11. Let me just go to the next page. Just bring this up. Okay, right here.
I think it's still on the first one.
Yeah.
Oh, it is? Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry. My screen share is paused. I don't know how that happened. I'm very sorry, everybody. Let me just stop right. Let me just stop right there. Hold on. Okay, let me just open everything up just in case, because I don't want to have it screwed up. So let me just open up all of them. Okay, let me go through page. I go that one. And that one. I think that's all of them. Okay, so let me try this again. So, oh, I see. You have to go through them individually. Okay, sure.
Gross.
Whatever. Okay, okay, there we go. So I got chest hair, as well you should. We're adults. Now there's hair everywhere. Look at my ears. Okay, I'll go to the next page. Page 8. Are we, Carl? We don't look like it. We're mature, grown up, well behaved, and we practice proper hygiene. My good knee aches, must be fixed in the rain. I don't want to be a man. This is all wrong. I'll tell you what's wrong, Carl. With Noelle looking side to side, you can tell from the drawings. There's motion there. So each and every single scene has to be done with everybody. I don't know what the dollar signs are. I'll definitely have to ask Darren that tomorrow. Let's see. Okay, those ratty sneakers of yours, there's nothing more depressing than a grown man dressed like a kid. But Hood, save it, Carl. You don't want the, come on, the bulldozer is about to knock down the doghouse. And say, what? And then I think let's see, page 10 I need to get to. That's the last one I got.
Some great drawings.
Yeah, those are great drawings for sure. Courtesy of Darren McGowan, who currently works at the Loud House now. Let me see. Okay, that. Okay, let me see if I can share this one. This is the last one. So let me just refresh it. Oh, there it is. Okay. And there we go. This is the last scene. And then the music plays with, I think at the bottom is when there's the bulldozer with Polly controlling it. But yeah, those are the ones that he showed me from that scene. So yeah, there is another preview for you for tomorrow. I got plenty of other drawings and pictures and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, just another quick peek on what is to come for tomorrow.
It's so cool. I remember when I first saw that, I saw that scene when I watched the show. I was in film school still. So like, we watched Twin Peaks maybe the year before, And so when the scene came up and like I was with my roommates, I was like, who is this for? Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, usually when I think from what I've seen over the past few years is like, people tend to, if they're doing a movie or a TV show and there's like an episode or something, it's like people tend to put these things based off of themselves. And if the fan gets it, then hey, good for them. So it's like, I'm into this thing. I'm going to draw it in there for, because I like it. And if the fan likes it, it's like, oh, well, good for them as well, more brownie points or something. But, it's, from what Darren told me, it's like, he really liked Twin Peaks and he just thought that scene would be like a really creepy scene to put in there for Carl. And he thought it would fit perfectly for him. So yeah, that's there you go. So that is the actual storyboard from the third TV movie there. So
there's a lot of stuff like that in the show. They do like it's like the second episode. They do Harold and Maude.
Yes, they did. Yeah. They did the Harold, the Carl and Maude, Harold and Maude episode. Yeah, that's one.
And that was like that was kind of the first one I kind of caught, and I was like,
yeah, there's a lot of references, like apparent. Let's see, like for example, like "Lesson in Tightropes" is actually comes from a lyric from a Rufus Wainwright song called "Cigarettes and Chocolate."
Wow.
Yeah, Mark Grizzly, the director, told me that one. And let's see, there's another one. Let's see, I guess "Of Lice and Friends" would be a reference to "Of Mice and Men."
Yeah.
Yeah, except nobody gets shot in the head at the end. And let's see, I guess "kiss and make up" is another usual term. It's like you kiss and you make up, but except it's like literal makeup. Let's see, I guess with "I Spy a Witch," in which they're doing the play, it's actually I guess it's like it's like the Crucible almost. It's like witches and witch hunts and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of like little and also in "A Lesson in Tightropes," if you look in the garage, you can actually see the leg lamp from A Christmas Story.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm serious. Yeah,
that's so good.
Yeah,
I was talking to my friend Offbeat Kiki. They did a Ginger video too.
Oh yeah, sure.
And they were telling me that not too long ago they were going through footage, and apparently there's a Braceface episode and an As Told by Ginger episode, both named Mommy Nearest.
Yeah.
And I think that's hilarious. Like
that is wrong in like so many ways, in which you're naming you're having an episode that is named after Mommy Dearest. That is disturbing. But here's the thing: I've never seen Braceface, so I don't actually know about that episode. The Mommy Nearest. Is it similar?
It's a really good one. I don't think it's kind of it's kind of like in the same ballpark, but they do go like two complete different directions.
Okay, fair enough. I'm sure if you were to look up like episodes with similar titles, I'm sure that they go in a way different direction. Anyway, so Fishberry is heading out, so thank you so much for joining the stream. Really do appreciate it. All right, so if any of you guys have any questions in the comments for any of us, then please let us know. So we were just going over earlier in the live stream, we were going over like favorite episodes and favorite characters and all that kind of stuff. So if you want to let us know about yours, then go for it.
Well, first I really love Macy. Macy is definitely my favorite. Macy was like one of those characters where like every single time she was on screen, I would just like smile. Like I really loved Macy. Favorite episode, I really like the finale. I feel like that might be a cheat answer, but I love
no, not at all.
No, it's a good one.
I love the finale. I love it's called No Hope for Courtney, right?
Sure.
That's the it's the one where with Carl and when the teacher.
What I found funny is that you mentioned that it's that one episode with Carl. It's like in Courtney's name. It just happens to be.
I know. I think about that all the time. The fact that like it's the Courtney stuff is the A plot, and I don't even think about it like
I don't like it either. No. I don't like that plot. I think the plot is just terrible. It's like here's the thing: that episode would not be remembered for what it is if it wasn't for Carl and Hoodsy's plot.
It's so like. And they handle that stuff so well. Like it's so good.
Yeah, they did.
Yes.
Yeah, I loved it. And it like every time I didn't get to talk about one of them in the video that like I really really loved. I even forgot the name of it. But
Which is that?
It's the one where Dodie and Hoodsy's grandma passes away.
Losing Anna Bishop.
I love that one.
Yeah.
Like just like the complicated feelings of, oh, I didn't really know her that well. And
yeah, that was based off of Eric Casimiro's actual experience, where there was a family member that passed away, and he had absolutely no feelings for it, and so he decided to put that into the episode. In fact, I actually have the book about it. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Man, that was just a really good one.
I
it's
enjoyed
actually
that
stated right
too.
here in the Not Just Cartoons, Nicktoons book.
I like there's a shot where like I think when Dodie tells Hoodsy, they're just kind of, it's just this shot where like they're both on the opposite ends of the screen and they're like really small.
Yeah, it's actually right here on the book. I don't know if you could actually see this. It's actually pretty heavy. But yeah, it's actually right over here. I'm just gonna read it off to you. It says it right here. It says, many of the As Told by Ginger episodes were those honest emotional places like losing Anna Bishop. Hoodsy's and Dodie's grandmother dies, but Hoodsy isn't sad. His grandmother was mean to him and he just didn't like her as much. Still, he has to be sad because his family is sad, and that's one of the challenges of childhood. It's a real quagmire. Those shows are all about one small decision, one small feeling that everything ripples out from. Yeah, so that's what he said about it. And it is actually based off of something that he personally went through.
Those are always the best kind of stories.
Yeah, a lot of them were actually based off of like real things. Like here again in the book, Kate Boutslier, who was one of the writers of the show, and she was one of the executive producers, she said, "We did a story that was inspired by my own childhood. We had a third grade teacher who brought in a mummified hand to show to students every year. She was legendary in our school because you knew that if you were in her class, the hand was coming. I ended up in that class, but when the big day came, my family took us all to Florida for the winter, and I missed the mummified hand." So yeah, that one thing from Come Back Little Seal Girl eventually was based off of something that actually happened.
That is the last thing from the show that I expected to be based on something.
I know,
Same
right?
here. Oh my goodness, like, oh, that build up and then you're not there. And
yeah, exactly.
Oof.
It's like, I'm sorry, Kate. I'm actually curious about like, what everybody thought of it.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's anything else. Let's see. Here's one from Emily. It says, "We got an Emmy nomination for an episode that was directly out of my school days. Ginger writes a poem that gets flagged by the school psychologist as troubling. The incident escalates and everyone is worried about Ginger's state of mind because of this provocative poem. Before it's over, they analyze the poor girl to death." So yeah, the "And She Was Gone" one, which it's pretty well known because Emily has stated it multiple times about this incident based off of a poem that she wrote back in high school. But yeah, everything else is just like interesting facts regarding about like the show. It's like we were given creative freedom, and then there's the story about when the girl from Make-A-Wish Foundation, Leandra Argyros, was brought into the show, which I did actually posted up her photos on the We're In Between site. This is when I had her on the show as a guest. I think if I pull up the We're In Between website, I can actually show you the pictures that she shared with me when, from her permission, I was able to get. So let me see if I can find it really quick. Here it is. Yeah. So these are, okay, so I'm going to pull up the We're In Between forums where I actually do have the photos. So this is from when she was on the recording her lines for that TV movie, Butterflies Are Free. So so there's Leandra right over there, and right over alongside with her is Melissa, the voice of Ginger. There she is with Lorraine Newman. She voiced Lois. There she is with Jackie Harris Greenberg. She played as Macy. Then we have like a whole bunch of concept art from Klasky Chupo. So I can see there's Tyler there, which this would have definitely been around like season 3 or 4. So that was probably when they were starting to work on it. if you guys know, Tyler is Eliza's cousin, who was voiced by Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Okay.
I don't see Shane G, which was featured in the last season. But yeah, you can definitely see like the pictures of there's Ginger with her book. There's Ginger, Carl, and Lois setting up the Christmas tree. There's Ginger telling the scary story to Dodie and Macy. There's Carl having a water balloon hit Ginger, which none of these things actually happen in the show.
They look
Let's see.
awesome.
Yeah, it does look pretty cool. Let's see. We have Leandra and Melissa again, and there's her with Lorraine. Excuse me. Let's see. We got some more concept art. There's let's see. We definitely have there's the one for Far From Home where Ginger and Darren are kissing. This one right here is definitely Ginger with the rock band, and she's like, there's Eliza with, no, that's Eliza with Shane G. So it was definitely around like the last season, huh? Okay. Let's see, we have, okay, so I asked Darren on who these people were because I didn't interview them for the show. And apparently this woman right here is Maureen Iser, who was one of the producers. And then when I first knew about Bob, then he said, oh, that's me. It's like, oh, okay. So that's Bob, who is the character designer. Then I'm not sure who this is though, but then they're showing Leandra. I guess this is like the rough draft phase of, putting the episode together. So yeah, like you have this, so I guess this is how they did it. It's like, they would put everything together in the computer as soon as they were done drawing it. And, so it's actually kind of interesting. I guess they either that or they're maybe finishing up the final products of it, because look at the date right there, June 4th, 2002. The TV movie wasn't even out until a year later. So hold on, I got some messages. I'll look into that later. Let's see, we got Bob, obviously, since he's the character designer, he's like showing Leandra about all of his stuff. And there's Leandra recording. Then you have Melissa in the background. And then there's the last one, which is this one right here, comparing Leandra to the sizes and height of Carl, Ginger, and Lois. And then if you listen to the interview, she explains on where the design came from. So yeah, there is, I don't know if we'll even preview this in the stream tomorrow. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's something that I posted up a few years ago when I was doing We're in Between. So yeah, that is the stuff that Leandra herself gave to me, which I did ask permission, and she was more than happy to show it to me.
That's cool. That's real cool.
Yeah.
Just to look inside of that studio, because I think the building's still there, but
the building is still there. Yeah. I know that they are still doing stuff. I mean, I think they do those splat cartoons on Instagram or something.
Yeah. I didn't even know that.
I didn't even know that until a few months ago. I think I was just like browsing through something, and then it's like you have the splat, and he's voiced by Greg Sipes, and he's saying a whole bunch of random stuff, and it's like, oh, okay. So I guess they're still doing something. I think the last thing that I heard them doing right before, the splat thing was that I know Arlene Klasky and somebody else was like working on an animated series about a zombie skateboarder going to high school. I think that was the last thing I've heard about until, I didn't hear anything ever since. So I guess they are, I mean, here's the thing. It's like, are they even a part of the Rugrats reboot? Because it doesn't look like their style.
I don't
think they are.
I personally, the last thing I heard about Classic Chupa was that they had so many pilots.
Yeah, I have been.
And then they just teased like half of them are not even done or finished. It just seems like they kind of fell off the grid after like 2010.
Yeah, I remember when ZL and I were looking through their pilots when we did the Nyx Missile 4 episode on rejected Nickelodeon shows, pilot spinoff series that never happened. We saw a few of them, and it's like a lot of them I can understand why they never got picked up. There's some of them that did have potential, like Psycho Ferret and Gessar, especially Gessar. If Gessar would have been made into a series, I think it would have been a massive hit. It was like the most different thing that Klasky Chupo ever did. It was like if Samurai Jack met Avatar: The Last Airbender. Whoa. I know, right?
That does not even sound in their realm.
It doesn't sound like something that Klasky Chupa would do. But
No.
I looked into it, and it like I said, it had a lot of promise, but it never went anywhere. So
Is it-
you can find all these things in their official Klasky Chupa YouTube channel.
Is it because people probably just kept like pigeonholing them because of Rugrats and everything, or is it because Nickelodeon and them had such bad blood that maybe they got a bad name and
I don't know.
realms?
I think
don't know.
it's a combination of a lot of things. It's like, I guess, the industry changes, I guess around that time, it's like nobody was really into the Klasky Chupo style anymore. Their type of show was not very popular. It's like, they were doing a lot of the slice of life cartoons, and that was kind of like really fading out. What before like stuff like Clarence, the Loud House, Craig of the Creek, before all that stuff came out, the only one that was kind of like holding that foot, that stronghold was Arthur.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else was just, it was already gone, like around the late 2000s.
Yeah, I think went through like that phase where no one wanted it, but now I noticed like within the last 2-3 years, all of that's coming back, and with relevance and so much more appreciation.
Sure. Yeah.
It is, because I think a lot more teenagers are going through things and they are kind of seeking that for kind of some kind of comfort.
Yeah, I know about the 20 or 30 year rule, in which when people are into the stuff that was in the past, I'm going to I remember when I first started going back to school a few years ago, and everybody one of the first things that they started giving away to freshmen were fanny packs. And I was like, wow, I haven't seen a fanny pack since 1997.
I have not seen one since like 04 with my aunt. Like, my aunt was infamous when we went to Kingston, England. She was infamous for her fanny packs. She had to carry because of my inhaler. So
sure. But
yeah,
it's
she
like,
had to.
it's like when I looked at it, it's like, when was the last time that I saw a fanny pack? Like, what?
That is such a
Yeah, and then a lot of like students were walking around with like different World and Martin shirts that were, or maybe like the font was inspired by it. It's like, it's like, oh man, all this stuff's coming back. It's like crazy.
Yeah. Fresh Prince is like
Fresh Prince.
Like, it's all over the place.
Oh yeah, that reboot too.
That reboot I've heard about. Yeah, like it's gonna go in a completely different direction.
Yeah, they're making it into a drama, and my mind cannot wrap around it, because it's like, no, like the comedy is so good.
Did you ever see there's a fan trailer for like a dramatic version of Fresh Prince?
I think I have, but it's been a while.
It's gonna be based on that.
Sure.
From what I know, it's like they're bringing in the kid that was there, that was like, that pretty much put it together. I think it's like a cool.
I like the idea. I mean, if it's pulled off very well.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like that, and that's with like all reboots too. It's like, if you can do it and you can execute it well, then hats off to you. If you are doing like a half version of it, you're just doing it just for the sake of doing it, and don't even attempt to.
Yeah, don't even bother with it.
Like I've seen them remake so many Charlie's Angels. The last one was horrible.
Here's the thing. Charlie's Angels, in my opinion, is kind of hard to do.
Yes.
Like, it was a show that was definitely in the kin with the 70s. It's like when, women empowerment and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Wonder Woman was doing the same thing with her comics. This was when women were demanding more of working in the force. So it was appropriate for its time.
Yes.
Doing it for a modern age where we have a lot more female protagonists, a lot more female superheroes. Charlie's Angels is very hard to do unless you can take it in a completely different direction that doesn't involve with, obviously with Charlie, giving the directions to the girl saying, go do this. So it's like,
and don't even get me started on the live action Avatar Last Airbender. Like, they should have never done that.
I mean,
they should have never done that.
It's hard to, I mean, like, it kind of makes me concerned about the upcoming Netflix series.
Oh yeah. I hope it's much better than what if it's anything like the movie, like don't even attempt it. Really, just don't.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
I have no idea. Like, I know as far as I know, I think the original creators dropped out of the project.
Yeah, they did drop out because of disagreements. Yeah,
which could mean anything. So it doesn't mean that.
It's true. Like, just because the creators are not a part of it doesn't mean it won't be good. Like the reboot of DuckTales, I don't think the creators are a part of that, and that show turned out to be amazing.
Animaniacs is like that now too. They didn't call like Tom Ruger.
They didn't,
or
and he's really upset
anybody.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, rightfully so. I mean, like
Sure.
he did all of those are like his kin, like all of that entire run from Animaniacs to Pinky and the Brain and Freakazoid. Like he was.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you cannot think of Animaniacs and Freakazoid and Pinky and the Brain without, like Tom Ruger and Sherry Stoner and Paul
Yeah.
Rugg and, all these people. It's like, if they are gonna go into the direction that I've seen that they are, I mean, maybe it'll, have the spirit of the show. But, I'm actually curious about how that turns out. We'll have to wait until November, but. Um, I've actually been asked about, multiple times, like, what would you think an As Told by Ginger reboot would be? It's like, that's actually really hard to say. It's like, I mean, I can't really imagine anything other than like including social media and, everybody having a cell phone and, dealing with like modern issues. But I think more or less the problems would be the same.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it, because that's the thing, man. As Told by Ginger is one of those like, it's like super evergreen. Like it's not even like grossly early 2000s. Like they don't even ham up the some outfits maybe, but like
Sure.
otherwise it's like everything in the show could literally just be today.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely,
Like,
yeah.
it could all happen right now. It's really evergreen in that way. So yeah, it would pretty much be the same. Maybe they would just kind of maybe have phones. Maybe they probably deal with some like cyberbullying stuff.
Cyberbullying, yeah. Maybe maybe one of the characters will come out. That could be another one.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I know a lot of people want to have Ginger and Courtney be a thing. It's like, okay. I don't really see it personally myself, but you know what? I mean, it's like I always say, you do you. And maybe another one that would be another issue would probably be like, in TGIF, in which like, Ginger's house was filled with mold and they had to like, go away, and then the news reporters were like constantly bothering them. I was even saying on the podcast, it's like, if it were today, I mean, Ginger would be so humiliated on social media because they would record it on like online on YouTube or something, and then there'll be like a ton of comments on it. And then, it's like, I feel embarrassed by it, Mom. Why do you have to tell all these people? It's like, well, they're going to know about it eventually. It's like now literally everybody around the world knows about it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Tariq. I mean, if it were to come out nowadays, I mean, it would like it's evergreen. It's like literally all you have to do is just do a few minor tweaks, and then that would be it. And I saw through the art style of Rugrats, going back into the reboot, if you were to do a Ginger reboot, it's like, if anything, they will probably do that because, I mean, like general consensus, according to what a lot of people say, it's like, for a lot of people, when I saw like, one of the reasons why they never saw the show is because of the Klasky Csupo art style.
Yeah, I get a lot of comments like that. People saying like they see the video and they go, oh wait, so this was good, and I just kind of didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was this good.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
People kind of like now. I guess when like people see one of our videos, they kind of go, they see like Ginger, and they go, okay, I remember what this looks like. I remember not liking what this looks like. Let me see what this actually was.
Yeah.
And then when they see that, like it's pretty good. It's one of the best like things Nickelodeon's ever done. When they see it as like that, it's like, oh, okay. But I don't know. I was talking to my friend Kiki about it, and I was telling him, it's like, I can't see the show looking any other way.
I could, because I've seen a lot of fan arts interpretation of Ginger, and they look really pretty. Like they make Ginger, Dodie, and Macy look like, they keep their integrity of the designs, but they make them look like, eye pleasing, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
But that's fan art. But if they were to go in the design that they're doing with Rugrats, that would be kind of hard because I don't really imagine them in 3D, but I wouldn't completely hate it.
You could do it. You just got to take their mouths off their chin.
Exactly, right.
Exactly.
Smooth it up a little bit and make them look like people. be all right.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's like the main thing. It's like, don't put their mouths on their chin. I think we're good. I think that's
Yeah.
gonna be like, what was it like Art 101? It's like, what are the first thing that we need to revamp these characters? How about putting their mouths where it's supposed to be? And they'll be like, okay,
That's
everything
it.
else.
We're done.
Yeah, we're done. Okay, early lunch break.
Yeah.
But no, I think let's see. Execution. Oh, okay. Execution. Now let's just say that Emily didn't come back for the show. Especially since, as of right now, this has been the only animated series that she's done because she's worked on live action shows. She did Suburgatory, she did Selfie, she did Splitting Up Together. So if somebody else were to come and take the helm, I think it would be based off of their problems as opposed to Emily's problems, because Emily would tell me about of the things that she had to go through. Because if you watch Ginger and watch Suburgatory, they go through similar issues in which there's a single parent and it takes place around the suburban area. So, I mean, in Suburgatory's case, it's a single father and it takes place around upstate New York, where everybody is just so prime and perfect. It is like the pure definition of the Stepford Wives, in which everybody is just trying to be so perfect in this neighborhood. And you have all these characters in the show, which you definitely kind of feel that they're very, similar to the characters. Like Dahlia, for example, is kind of like a very mean, almost Mean Girl-esque version of, kind of almost like a Miranda character, even though she's supposed to be kind of like the popular girl. If I were to compare Courtney with her, it would be definitely her mom. Her mom's actually hilarious because she's very ditzy and she's very interested with hooking up with her, the main character's father. And she's like, oh, you're so interesting because I think he's an architect. And he's like, oh, I'm this rich woman and I'm very interested in your work because, you help me with putting together all these things. And so I definitely see Courtney in her, and she's the fan favorite. And then with the mom, there's definitely a Dodie-esque character in the show, not as mean, mind you, and not as backstabbing. The mom, her mom, on the other hand, is definitely Joanne. She is just as manipulative, she is just as pushy, and she has a henpecked husband that she pushes around with. And there's no Hoodsie equivalent though. There's almost a Darren equivalent with the black best friend. There's instances in which the main character's father goes through multiple relationships, as does she. Which there's actually once again in season 3, she changes boyfriends, so there's that. But yeah, if you, like I said, a lot of people were like, why can't there ever be a live action version of As Told by Ginger? And I said there is. It's called Suburgatory, done by the same creator.
Yeah.
There's also even episodes that feel like something that would fit in Ginger. There was an episode in which the main character wrote a poem about her mother because she never knew her. It's not Hello Stranger-esque because she is the complete opposite, in which she has no feelings for her mother. So she's very cold and distant to her, almost kind of like what Carl was. And then in the last episode of the first season is when her grandmother comes into her life unexpectedly. So then that kind of leads into season 2, in which she eventually does meet her mom. And then she's kind of figuring out, how should I feel about this? Especially with my dad dating somebody else. And the show is actually really interesting. There's a lot of interesting twists and turns that go into it. Very similar to Ginger, Suburgatory is very difficult to find because it only had a limited DVD release, and you can't find it at any streaming service. So wow, they are parallel to each other, aren't they?
Oh wow.
Anyway, but yeah, I did watch through Suburgatory. I've seen it all. It's actually really interesting. Seasons like in Ginger, second season is better than the first season, but not as season 3 is definitely the weakest season. But anyway, but yeah, it's actually pretty good if any of you guys can watch into it.
Have you seen Selfie? How's Selfie?
Selfie only lasted for 13 episodes. From what I understand, it's kind of like a female version of Pygmalion almost. So it's like I have not seen Selfie, and I've only seen like 1 or 2 episodes of splitting up together, which that in itself is a very interesting idea. It's like you have the couple who are not interested in each other anymore, and so they split up, and then the husband ends up living in the garage of his own house, and comes in every once in a while. It's interesting. I only saw like the first 2 episodes, and then I haven't caught up with it in a while, but
I think they ended up canceling it this past year.
they did cancel it because it didn't get enough views.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, so the as for like a reboot of the show, I mean, like, it's hard to say, of like a different interpretation. That's what it was. Like I said before, I mean, if it was like, somebody who came in and did, As Told by Ginger, like I said before, it would be like their problems. It wouldn't be Emily's problems. Where Emily's problems was like, she had the single parent. She also had the hairy legs as well. Her mom told her not to shave her legs, so she also went through that as well. She also had head lice when she was in middle school, so that's where that idea came from. And as mentioned before about like, the single parent and the poem that she read. So yeah, just a lot of things were like, based off of real life experiences from the writers. It's like, they were just pouring in their nostalgia and their childhood experiences into the show. And I guess it didn't really catch on, compared to something like Hey Arnold or Doug or something like that, in which, like, even though those were based off of real life experiences, it was a lot more easier to watch because at least there was a mood to it that you can easily relax to, as opposed to like, you feel the actual stress because it's like teenage life. It's like, I'm going through that too. I don't want to watch this. I want to watch something fun and exciting. So yeah, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny how things have changed over the past 20 years.
Because I feel like As Told by Ginger tried to do that, but not to the extent that like Hey Arnold did. Because Hey Arnold definitely talks about like really real things, but like they keep the theatrics with like Helga, and it's still relatively like cartoony. There is, like you said, there's like a mood that you could fit into and like settle your feet. But,
yeah, exactly. It's a very relaxing mood, like with the music from Jim Lang. Like you could listen to the jazz music, and you don't have to. I mean, you watch it and you have an emotional attachment to it with Helga or with any of the other characters who are going through things. So it's a lot more easier to digest than something like Ginger.
Yeah, and in Ginger, they definitely, it is really, really like heavy-handed, but they do. That's kind of, I always kind of felt like that's what like Carl and Hoodsy were around for. Like,
yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they were around for. It's that
they kind of ground it and make it like, okay, so this is why this is a cartoon. This is why like this could be, this is like they kind of use the animation medium more around them, aside from like with like the A plots, they definitely still use it.
Sure.
Because like it's still like shot beautifully, and they do a lot of things like introspectively with like Ginger's mind and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. I always hated that people kind of like didn't give it full of a chance just because of how it looks, especially like now that I've seen the whole thing. It's like,
yeah, exactly. It's and here's the thing, and because it's really hard to find, it's like nobody would know the chance of it. I remember when I was interviewed by a podcast, and they watched the Little Seal Girl scene, and they said to me, "This is the most cringeworthy scene I've ever seen in my life." And I said, "Do you?" Yeah, and I told them, "Do you even know the context on why she sang that song?" And they're like, "No." Here's the thing: a lot of things can look stupid if you take it out of context.
Yeah.
In reality, in reality, if you were to see the episode, it's actually a very powerful scene. But if you were to see it as its own thing, it's really stupid. It's like, why is this girl dressed up as a seal and singing in front of the assembly, knowing that she's going to make a fool of herself? But no, I mean, that's the whole point of it, was about that she's proving to Ginger and Dodie that this little seal girl is still cool, even though that, it's not, it was something that they enjoyed in the second grade. So
Right.
that was the context. But yeah, I mean, if you were to watch a lot of Ginger quotes without context, it looks dumb. Like the dream scene that that Ginger had about Lois being alone. Like if you were to look at that, that would be freaky. But the context is that she doesn't want her mom to live alone for the rest of her life, or or something like I don't know, like Carl sitting naked on the refrigerator or something. It's like, oh wow, that looks dumb. It's like the context is that it's really hot and he's trying to keep himself cool, and that's what Carl does, or something. So we actually got some questions. I want to pull up something. We have one from Cool Paws 96 who says, out of all the As Told by Ginger episodes, which ones do you guys relate to the most?
Hello, Stranger.
Okay.
Absolutely, because of the fact of that the kind of thing, it's actually kind of similar to me, and it kind of was similar at that age too, because I didn't grow up my father. I was raised by my mom solely,
Okay.
and then he tried to get in contact with me around middle school age, dropped off, didn't get in contact with him until I was 17. So, and it was like, that was really Hello Stranger, because I had only the bare bones of knowing who he was. And so, and
Okay.
that it was very similar to that, and having that too, with like, how do I approach things with you? Because you don't even know me. I don't know you. I'm biologically related to you. I have your face, but I don't know you.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I agree, because once again, me and my sister had different fathers, and my mom was only married to my sister's father for a little bit, and I never met my father till this very day. So it's like, that is quite something.
Okay. What about you, Abdulmaz? What episode do you relate to the most?
Probably Little Seer Girl.
Okay, Little Seal Girl. Tariq, what about you?
I was trying to think of one this whole time. I'm not too sure. I feel like there's episodes where like I wouldn't say that I've been in the exact situation.
Yeah,
but
me neither, but I can see some elements of it.
Yeah. Like there's some where I'm just like this is a Battle of the Bands. That's the one where Ginger like goes across town to like she joins the band specifically just for like Sasha, right? Just because
No, Battle of the Bands is the episode where Ginger's trying to get revenge on Darren because the high school band shut down just because they want to get the stain proof uniforms.
That episode was gross. I remember
that's
that one.
no, that's you're confusing it with Ginger Solo.
Okay. Oh, that episode is gross. I remember that one.
That's my least favorite, actually.
I could see why. That episode is pretty gross.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ginger Solo. I have never done that, but I know that emotion that Ginger felt at the end. And I also kind of know I really like that too. It's like really late, right? It's like really late in the run. I really like Miranda just kind of talking to her. And there's two things about I identified with that scene, and I just identified with like the emotion Ginger felt, where it's like, damn, I like had this like picture in my mind, and I like built this up, and I did all of this for this specific person or for this specific reason, and it just kind of like not everybody was on the same page that I was, and I thought they were the whole time. I totally get that, and I totally identify with it. So
okay,
yeah, I feel like and even I forgot the name. We just talked about it. The one where Nana Bishop.
Losing Nana Bishop, yeah.
Losing Nana Bishop. Yeah. It's like I don't specifically identify directly with like how Hoodsie felt.
I kind of did. I kind of have a similar story like that.
Yeah, I haven't had it like with a grandparent, but I have had it with like an aunt or something like that. You know, it's kind of like it's like complicated feelings there, and it's like
Like
You
me
can't
personally,
really.
I had it when an uncle of mine passed away, where I wasn't exactly
Mhm.
close to him compared to everybody else. My cousin, I felt the same way. She also passed away very young, and at first I didn't feel that way because I wasn't as close to her. But yeah, there's I kind of felt that. There's also I guess maybe also Little Seal Girl, because I would love to have a moment where it's like, I don't care what you guys think about the things that I like. I'm just gonna say that I like it anyway.
That's
I
true.
wish I would have done something like that, but
I kind
yeah.
of I kind of feel like it just that in general is just kind of like a callus for what like my channel became almost. Like I kind of just at a certain point I kind of just went, look, I like really like this stuff
Sure.
and I want to tell everybody why I like it and hopefully they like it too. That's
Yeah.
why I don't like bash anything or do like negative videos because it's like,
Yeah,
nah,
I
this
don't
is
I don't really
stuff
do
I
that
like.
either. I mean,
Yeah.
unless something, if I'm doing a podcast on something, unless it's justified, I don't do bashing for the sake of bashing. If I find a problem,
Right.
I'm going to point it out. And I don't just say, oh, it's this bad thing because I want to get views or whatever. It's like, I don't do that. I don't think I would even be good at doing stuff like that either. It's like, I wouldn't know how to make it entertaining. So it's like I don't do that kind of content. I just talk about the
Mhm.
things that I like, and even if they didn't know about it, it's like, okay, well, now you know about it. And yeah.
I
Um
just uh,
yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
want you remember me of the losing Nana Bishop. I I th- I have same story, but it's not before my grandmother passed away. I was the least favorite uh, grandchildren for her,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
so I didn't have strong relationship with her. But not before, but before she, I was lucky to have a chance to improve my relation. I remember like she lived with us in same building,
Okay.
so she have to do like change something in her house. So I stayed with her for a week
Mm-hmm.
only.
Yeah.
So after this experiment or this experience, I realized how she lived alone and how I, I appreciated my grandmother. And I after this moment, I like spent more time with her and love her, and she loved me. But so I'm lucky. But after that, she passed away. But I was lucky to have a really good time with her. But before that, I like same situation like Hotzi,
Yeah.
because uh, uh, she my grand before that she was like loved my brothers more than me.
Right,
maybe
right.
because
Mhm.
maybe because when I was little I was the only one who went to daycare, but uh, the my other sibling were stayed with my grand when they were younger.
Sure.
But I went to but my parents put me in daycare, so maybe I don't know. She don't have a strong relation, but I was
I
lucky.
understand that. Okay. Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting, and that you were able to get a relationship with her while she was still around right before she passed on. So that's a really interesting story right there.
Okay, guys. I gotta get going. Actually, I
Yeah,
have to.
I'm
You
actually
have.
gonna start wrapping things up. So
Okay, yeah.
yeah, I'm just gonna answer a really quick question. Calcat asks, what is Kira's podcast called? That is called Rewind and Rewatch. If you are interested in another podcast which talked about every single episode of As Told by Ginger, you can check her out. She was a guest who came in earlier. So yes, Rewind and Rewatch. Follow her on social media. She's on Twitter, and her podcast is on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. So yeah, go look her up.
Yes.
All right. So I guess let me see if there's any other questions. No, I guess not. So let's do our closing thoughts.
Yes. Just want to tell everybody that I first of all I can't wait for the live stream tomorrow. I'm really excited for that. When I
Thank you.
first heard about that, I was flipping out like finally someone's doing it. But no,
Thank you.
I'm so glad we had this chat, and I'm just so glad that everyone is so appreciative of the show and of the nostalgia, but also of how impactful the show is, not just 20 years ago, but now. And
Sure.
I feel like the show has gained more prevalence, and I hope it does gain more prevalence in the point where it is on a streaming service again,
Yeah.
and where it could possibly do a reboot. And I would love to see if they actually did. Now, that is a good question actually to ask them tomorrow if they would be interested in even thinking about it.
Oh, I know for sure that if they ever get the opportunity, they would be there in a heartbeat.
It would be interesting to see how they pick it up, especially the last episode.
Oh yeah. Anyway, who else wants to say their final thoughts?
I guess I will. Even though 2000 was the worst year of all time, yes, actually 2000 makes this year look amazing in comparison. Because 2000 was an awful year for both Nickelodeon and the whole overhyping of 2000 thing, and it
Sure.
just got old real fast.
Sure.
Because it was actually 2001 that started next millennium.
Fair enough.
But
Yeah, that's true.
But As Told by Ginger was definitely a breath of fresh air for 2000. It was a really charming show with really engaging characters and really heartfelt stories that I think we need more of in this day and age.
Yeah.
And, even in later years when I was a TA in high school and I would see, the higher ups just treating the teachers terribly, like they would steal their money and then tell them to go volunteer for no pay and then trash out their IEPs that they worked overtime on. Watching As Told by Ginger made me feel good inside again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it can take your mind off crap that's happening both in your life and in the world, I think that's wonderful to, have a good piece of media like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
All right. Abdulmaz, any final thoughts?
First, thank you all for this interesting, this amazing time with you. I'm happy that a lot of people are still uh, interesting in As Told by Ginger,
Absolutely.
because like I love the shows that are talking about reality, the shows that introduce entertaining think and give you like experience on how the real life it's about. And because like some shows, and especially now shows I like um, uh, Gamble, Adventure Times. I love the show, but they are entertaining. But like they don't give you anything about how it's real life about. Especially when you are like I watched it when I was a kid, so I have like uh, uh, a thought of how the real life is about and how problems like and how uh, uh, and I can relate to many of them. So I love the reality of the show and how it was very real. Uh, and thank you all people who are watching us around the world.
Oh, thank you very much. And I definitely will check out As Told by Ginger in Arabic. I'm very curious. Anyway, final thoughts for you, Tariq?
Yeah. First, thank you for having me. This is
Oh,
really cool.
absolutely.
Even though
Thank you for coming.
I came in late. This is really cool. And it's funny because one night, like one of my friends from college called me. It was like 2 a.m. and he had like a animation tier list, and he was asking me like where I would put certain shows, and one of
Yeah.
them he asked me was Ginger. And I think when he asked me that, I think I might have said like C or something like that, and then
Okay.
like that got him thinking about it, and then he challenged me to the video game, and then I lost, and then I did the video one, and I watched the whole show.
Yeah.
And it's insane to think about how like that one phone call like changed my entire life to the point where like when people talk to me about my channel, that's always one of the ones that they bring up.
Mhm.
And it's one that I have really great memories of. It's one that I have really great memories of watching and putting together. And just like talking to people about, because it's a show like literally like no other. Like I haven't seen anything like it before or since, and it
Right.
blew me away when I sat down and watched the entire thing. And even when I found your podcast and stuff, it was just like, this is dope. That like, it's dope that it's nice that I was late. It's nice that somebody else saw this and saw what it was doing and all the things it was saying, because I felt like it went unnoticed for a while, and I feel like it's really unfair. But no, I appreciate the show and all the stories that it told, and like all of its characters, even the episodes that are like lesser, they're lesser for As Told by Ginger, which is like a high bar anyway.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know, just it's a really great show. And I'm happy that more people are talking about it and watching it. And it's been a pleasure just talking about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think the one thing that there were a few things that really cemented, you know, like I thought that when I first started As Told by Ginger Month in 2015, it's like I'm oh my God, I'm wasting my time. I'm posting on this because it's like nobody's gonna watch me talk about it. And the moment that I did like the month, it's like then I started seeing like comments saying like, oh, thank you for covering this. And I think like, you know, when I did my video on what makes As Told by Ginger a groundbreaking yet overlooked Nicktoon, that's when I started seeing a lot more people talking about it. But I think like the one moment that really like cemented like, oh wow, people actually care about this was, I don't know who did it, but there was a tier list of somebody who put together like all the Nicktoons, and they put As Told by Ginger on the D list alongside, and you know, they put other shows
That's
like
gross.
Yeah, I know, right? And they put other shows like Fanboy and Chum Chum higher and stuff like that. And it's like people complained. People legitimately complained, saying that this is the worst tier list they've ever saw, mostly because they've never seen the show. And I'm like, wow, people are actually noticing that this show is good. Since when? So I mean, that was like the tipping point. It's like, you know, wow, people actually care about this. It's like, that's amazing. Because like I said, I mean, when I first started watching the show, it's like nobody cared about it. Because I was in high school when the show came out, it's like everybody was into Invader Zim. So it's like, that was the hot show to watch on Nick, because you know, it went in a different direction and everybody was like, I don't really care about Nick anymore, you know, that kind of stuff. It's like this Invader Sim show is awesome. But yeah, it's like you know, it was like that one show. I guess everybody has that one show that they say it's like, you know, it means a lot to me because not a lot of people know about it. And whenever back then when I brought it up to people, it's like I've never heard of it, or if they have heard of it, it's like, you know, it's like, oh, is that from the company that did Rugrats or something? So it's like it was on a tier with the Rugrats and Wild Thornberrys because they were the more popular ones. So it's kind of interesting about how things are a major reversal now, in which, like, you know, people say, I like the show because of what it taught me and what it showcased, and it broke new barriers and all that kind of stuff. And that's awesome. It's like, I would have never expected to see that. I thought it was just going to be forever into the realm of obscurity. So just the fact that, you know, as of tomorrow will be the official 20th anniversary. And the fact that I'm even, you know, like, you know, we're even putting this thing together, it's like that, if like I would be happy if one person showed up, but the fact that a lot of people are saying this is the highlight of my year, that actually just is surprising to me. It's like, I mean, people out there do care about it, and I'm just really happy. So that's all. I just, for my thoughts on the show, I mean, you already guys know about it. You've seen my videos, you listen to my podcast, so you already know.
Mhm.
All right, so yeah, I think that we can end the stream right here. So guys, I just want to legitimately thank you so much for coming on by. This has been amazing. So
Thank you for
I
having
hate to
this.
interrupt, but do you mind if I quickly share my stuff?
yeah, absolutely.
sure,
Yeah,
yes.
if anything, plug and promote whatever you want. Absolutely.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt once again,
No,
but
no, please. I was just going to lead up to that anyway.
okay. So I actually recently did a reaction video to Tariq's brace base video.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I will be reacting to the other episodes of Brace Base that's on my YouTube channel.
Okay.
And I am also working with a company called Camp Creatability now, and their goal is to help people with autism work in media. And they're even planning a trip to California to see studios like Pixar in 2023.
Nice.
So,
It's wonderful.
yeah,
It's great.
I'm with Camp Creatability and I'm doing my YouTube, and I'm sure Patricia will be kind enough to post my Twitter if you want to follow me.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And, just keep thinking positive, folks. This COVID stuff is almost over. Just keep your mask on and wash your hands until next spring, summer, and then life will go back to normal. Just hang in there, folks.
Well, we'll do what we can.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Go ahead.
same thing. No, just I'm also doing. I've been with COVID. I've been watching back old shows, old stuff that's been my childhood. Really getting at developing things. But you can find me on Twitter and Instagram as well. At Twitter, sorry, I can't talk right now. I am the core. I am going to start posting stuff hopefully within the next couple months because I just got a new system. So
Okay, cool.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, sadly, I won't be able to attend your stream tomorrow because I'm actually attending an award show for Camp Creatability.
Of course,
So
but don't worry,
would-
it'll be archived. Aaron and I will definitely archive it on YouTube for those who couldn't make it.
Okay, just thought I would share that here real quick before we head out.
Sure. Yeah, I'll definitely do a shout out for yourself. I actually got your letter, so I will be reading it during the stream, and I'll give you the the shout out and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, definitely for sure.
Love that for that.
Thank you. So Abdulmaz, what do you got?
What?
Do you have social media that people can follow you?
No, I have, but I don't want
Okay, you don't have to. Don't worry.
personal accounts. Okay.
Of course. But no, thank you for coming on by, though. Okay, so Tariq, why don't you plug and promote your stuff?
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube at ToonrificTariq. If you see a picture of a guy standing in front of a train station, you are at the right place.
Okay.
On Twitter, where I'm really active, you can find me at TSH, it's my initial 678. Recently did an hour-long brace face video with a really good friend of mine. I don't know how it ended up being an hour, but it did. And yeah, no, this was really fun. Like I said, this was great.
Awesome. Yeah, and for those who are coming in just recently, if you're wondering who am I, so hi, I'm Patricia, the co-founder of Old School Lane. I do podcasts, I do videos, all that kind of stuff. So you can find me at oldschoollane.blogspot.com, facebook.com/oldschoollane, youtube.com/oldschoollane. I'm on Twitter at Patty_B_Miranda. You can find my podcast on Anchor, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Radio Public, Stitcher, all those places. New episodes of my podcast go there first, and then they'll go up in a few days on YouTube. So yeah, as mentioned before, tomorrow, let me just pull up the, let me see if I can pull up the picture to promote this one more time for those who are just tuning in. So as mentioned before, so tomorrow, yes, here it is. Tomorrow is the 20th anniversary virtual reunion of As Told by Ginger, and we got a lot of amazing guests. This right here is not even close to the amount of guests that I have on the that are coming in. I actually have a lot more coming in. So, the people who are confirmed, let's see, we have Melissa, Ginger, Aspen as Dodie, Ken as Darren, Jackie as Macy, David as Dr. Dave, Hope as Chet, Candy as Mrs. Grippling, and Justin as Orion. So the stream will be at 3:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 12 noon Pacific Standard Time. It'll be here on this YouTube channel, and it'll be moderated by Aaron Mehta from the Aaron Mehta Show. So yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. I hope that we'll see you tomorrow on the stream, but if not, then we'll hope to see you around soon. So thank you so much for coming in, and you guys take care. So bye-bye.
Bye.